Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Wow! Yay!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
No! Damn shot! Yay!
Let's go. Bring it on.
Dude, what did Corey do to her?
All right, wait. How are we supposed to wrestle? Without a referee?
Yep, he's right. We can't do this. No, there's no way. Think about it. There's no way.
There is no possible way to do this.
How are we going to do it? Without a referee.
Was there a moment in your career then you made a leap to like a check that was like, holy shit, this is like a life-changing
There's a couple of moments like that. So when I signed for WWE, I actually took a pay cut because it's like, okay, you're signing for WWE. It's like the opportunity to make money. Right after I left the independents kind of blew up where guys were suddenly making six figures who were like just starting to make good names for themselves. Wow. So I think my last year on the independents, I made somewhere around 100,000 and I signed my first WWE contract for 39,000.
Yeah, because
it's developmental now, but then eventually you'll make good money, which is what happened. So within about 8 months, which is unheard of at the time, because they usually take 2 or 3 years before they start sending you to do stuff. But then that first check came in for that road loop and I opened it and it was like 6 or 7 grand or something. And I had this like light bulb moment, like, oh my God, that's right. I'm here to make money. Money has always been such it's so not why I do this. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy having it versus not having it.
Hey, B, no way a little dude like you is gonna change my ways.
It's time you were tempted with a taste of nuts and honey.
Hulk Hogan doesn't eat nuts and honey.
Take this. An unbeatable part of this nutritious breakfast.
That's better than a body slam.
Undefeated.
And still champion.
It's a honey of the nut. It's Honey Nut Cheerios. Tonight on Down to Earth, can it be true?
I am adopted.
I'll buy that.
Then on Safe at Home, the gang's New Year's plans are up in the air.
Damned plane is circling. It can't land.
And
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup. Best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup. Living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup.
What's happening, everyone? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Pardon me, I'm your host, the infallible Phil Marks. That's Phil S. Marks.
Wrestling's not
Thursday, ladies and gentlemen, and we're here to react to it, talk about it. And yeah, it's PWT Live Show Wednesday night. Patreon's being funky. But yeah, we're live on X and YouTube. So make sure you hit like, make sure you hit subscribe, make sure you hit heart, make sure you hit retweet, make sure you do all of that good stuff. Come say what's up in chat. Vote in the poll in chat whether or not you think Ronda Rousey is hurting AEW by being in their company. And we're going to touch on that a little bit more. We have AEW Live tonight, which is awesome. And we also, what else do we got? We have AEW Dynamite Live. We have the ratings have been inflated a little bit because of March Madness, which everybody knows. We have WWE Hall of Fame news. We have a crazy wacko in the wacko, sicko, wacko segment, right? And it's a WWE wacko, which I don't know. There's not too many of them to where they have crazy ass stories like they have recently. And you're starting to see more of it come to light. Also, what else did I put in the title for this thing? Oh, yeah. And the Ronda Rousey backfires. So there you go. All of that. Also, we have Jesse the Body Ventura. So that and much more on tonight's show. So make sure you guys are locked in. Yeah, chat's coming in like 12 at a time, like it's done in the past as well, guys. So I apologize. So I'm tripping out a little bit. Also on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment bonus show over on Patreon, patreon.com/pro wrestle times. Another Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week bonus show that focuses on Tryon Bryan and his indie wrestling return recently and some of his past matches and him coping over people making fun of his wrestling and him wrestling Orange Cassidy and side-by-side shit of him criticizing stuff and then doing that same thing and him coping on the show about shit he's done on the indies that people have called out. It's really funny. It's only on Patreon, so make sure you guys check that out. And yeah, Patreon, I can't stream this live show there because I'm up to my maximum hours of stuff uploaded to Patreon. So make sure you become a patron. And because there's lots of bonus content over there. But also, I didn't even know that was a thing with Patreon. So there you go. I maxed out my thing. I don't know. I didn't realize that could even happen. So, yeah, check out Patreon and hit like, hit subscribe. You can super chat and gift a membership. Become a member for 99 cents. We do member shows, which your patrons also get access to. Plus, it's on YouTube. If you become a YouTube channel member, 99 cents, you can get the bonus shows every Monday on either channel. Also, we have Tony Khan is live right now, so I do need to pull this up as we dive into Phil Mike's bookmarks. And there's the Dynamite card. And also Tone McCon is live. So things are developing. I have Big Bang on over here and it's loud as fuck. Let me turn that down a little bit. So where's Tone? Let's pull this up. It's live. He's out drawing us. God damn it. So I don't know how long this is going to go, but should we just dive into a live Tone? Like I can rewind this to the beginning. Right. And it's only 2 minutes long thus far, but I fear it's going to be much longer. Or can I rewind it? No. Oh, yeah, I can. Oh, my God, chat. Are we going to live Tone McCon? Okay, I'm going to have to pull up the YouTube. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. This is the worst beginning to a show ever, I know, but. So let me pull up chat here so I can actually see it. So do you think Ronda Rousey and AEW will hurt Tony Khan when Paramount acquires Warner Bros? A bunch of you voted yes. Skip TK for now. I'm going to go on his Twitter. Just let me bookmark this, okay, for the future. We'll start with light news, guys, because I don't know how long this is. So I'm not going to sit here and start to EFAP it if it ends up being fucking 20 minutes long. Who knows? Tone likes to go long. We know that. And I actually went on his Twitter yesterday and I was like, man, he hasn't gone live as much recently and he hasn't really at all in the last however many weeks, I want to say, a few weeks. And so he's going live again today. So what are the odds of that? It's like we're manifesting things here at PWT. And so, yeah, we're going to do a classic Tony Khan Steamboat Tone EFAP of his live video tonight as well. Which, yeah, you know, he hasn't done in a minute, I feel like. And I don't know if he's taken some notes. Like one time he dropped like a 2-minute one and it was amazing. But yeah, this one's going like 4 minutes. So I don't know. It could end up being 18 minutes long because, again, we notice one thing as we take a look at this Dynamite card. When Tone doesn't have a lot of matches to announce, when Tone doesn't have a lot of when he doesn't announce like 12 things ahead of time and he just sort of comes out, oh, there's 1 or 2 matches booked, he will then jump on last minute and quickly do like, and we have this and this and this and this and this. And so notice this. With the Dynamite ratings, quote unquote, increase and AEW in general being hotter again, Brian, and them having better shows, I'll just say this. And he hasn't been going live as frequently. Why? It seems like he's kind of in a groove. This Dynamite, as we look at this card, again, it just seems really thrown together. So Roosh versus Darby. Hey, I'm pumped to see Roosh, but like he's back from the Badlands. He's back from exile. You know what I'm saying? And then the conglomeration versus the Dogs. The conglomeration's just Roddy Strong, unfortunately, gets teamed up with Orange Cassidy. The conglomeration, quote unquote, is just whoever gets teamed up with Orange Cassidy or Mark Briscoe when they don't have fucking ideas. And then you have the Dogs here. So Tone kind of threw these together just to announce something. And then he jumps on his live and I bet is going to like justify the booking. Oh, well, you know, this guy was injured and then that guy. Like, so funny. And then we have a women's world title just because. So Mina knocks off Marina, right? The Mina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. I do you on my boat while I'm drinking sangria. And then she just gets a shot at Tekla because Mina's being thrusted into whatever Tony Storm's plans were. And the problem with all of this is Ronda, as we're going to get into later tonight, was never going to wrestle at All In. She was never going to wrestle. She's never going to fucking do anything. And if I was Tony Storm, I would be thanking the wrestling gods that I got out of there because they just teased some shit that was going to have no fucking payoff. Now, I'd like to be wrong. If Ronda Rousey shows up tonight, awesome. But Tekla's going to defend. Marina gets knocked off after being shoved down everyone's throats. And it's like, well, if you're going to run with her, fucking give her the win over Mina, right? But Mina has to be Tony Storm now. But the problem with Ronda is she just fully admitted she took advantage of this shit to trash TKO or whatever the fuck. You have Tekla defending her title, pourquoi? Against Mina. Why? Just because a win over Marina or Maria or whatever the fuck. I can't even, my brain, I'm going cross-eyed with all these similar sounding ass names. But yeah, Tekla will likely get the win here and defend her title, unless it's like Mina wins the title and then she goes fights Ronda. That's the only way I could see you hot potatoing it if they had something like that, but I don't think they do. I do not think they do. So what else? What else is going on here? Swerve and Kenny 2, number one contender versus EVP. So Kenny, whose whole thing was like, I'm not even an EVP anymore. I'm not an EVP anymore. EVP, EVP, finger bang, EVP anymore. Right? So he's like, I'm not an EVP anymore, really. I've stepped back from those duties. But then in storyline, it's like, I'm an EVP. I'm an EVP once more. An EVP once more. Finger bang. And then Swerve is putting his number one contendership, which I guess he earned by beating Brody King. Pardonnez-moi. And that fucking ruled, I guess. Like that he got a big win on a pay-per-view. Swerve's all good in my book, but it kind of sucks that it's just like now his number one contendership is on the line against Kenny. Like, why you even got to go there? You know, because people want to say, hey, Brody King was the clear number one contender. Now, this would matter more if Tone stuck to the rankings and shit, but like, we're not stupid. In pro wrestling, we can tell like who's positioned where. Brody King was up there, right? And so he was just going after the title. So in the pecking order, when they're kind of, you know, earlier Dave was teasing, oh, all these guys are fucking trying to get title shots, right? And then I guess Andrade should be in that mix, though. So I guess maybe it shouldn't have been between King and Swerve. I don't know. All I'm saying is this. It's cool that this is like a clear-cut winner. This is number one contender, especially after the way that their previous match ended. But for them to be like, and we're putting contender for CVP on the line, man. It's just hats on hats, stakes on stakes. It's like the BMF fucking title in UFC. Doesn't really mean anything, you know? So, and if Kenny loses the EVP, well, who cares? He's gone on pods and shit and been like, I'm not the EVP. I don't do EVP shit. So it's like, who gives a fuck? And then Swerve is the number one guy. I suspect he'll win again. Or I don't know, because the way they're advertising this too, so Kenny gets this win, and then they do a third match where I could see Swerve winning the trilogy, but I could see Kenny winning this one and overcoming like the cheating aspect of the last time. So that could totally happen because he won't lose EVP status. He'll become number one contender, and then you get like Swerve versus Andrade next. Hopefully, Tone McCon, if you're listening, hopefully that's what you're booking next on your live. So, yeah, there's a preview for Dynamite. We'll listen to Tone in a little bit. I'm sure babble about whatever the fuck he's going to babble about. Sauce Inc. gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clips memberships. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's a huge support. Thank you so much. Round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. You're far too kind. Guys, you can gift memberships. You can become, I see some gray names in there, hopefully, like a bunch of them actually. Hopefully they got those memberships. And you guys can also become a member for only 99 cents. And I do bonus shows every Monday. So those are really fun. We have tons of fun with those. So always been a lame is chat. No, only 2 minutes behind here on StreamYard now. Always been a lame. Swerve's a lame. Okay, that's fair. A lot of people feel that way. Hey Stino, maybe they knew Tony was leaving and that's why they brought Ronda in like that. Yeah, but then why did she face off with Ronda? You know what I'm saying? Like, why did they face off with each other? Because then that's teasing their match. So when is Tony going to be back? And they're saying it's not an injury. So either there's like a terrible life tragedy that happened, which I'm sure some fucking sickos would sleuth out and find out if her mom died or whatever, God forbid, right? Just saying, like if it was some crazy life tragedy, someone would have sleuthed it out, I'm sure. And because that shit goes in the news and stuff, you know, and like actual news. And if it was like, she's probably having a kid, like everybody's speculating. No. And I mean, I'm not trying to poke around. That's their private life. She'd tell everybody if that's the case. So whatever. I'm just saying, like, it makes sense. It's like why Naomi's gone. And so that's why, okay, Naomi goes out there, vacates. She addresses the fans. With Toni Storm, she was able to show up at Dynamite and lay there on the ground and pretend like she was hurt. But she's not able to go like bump around and like film the attack and these sorts of things. So what is it if she's not really injured? Like, even if your neck's hurt, you're like, I ain't fucking, or maybe you'd lay there and be like, I'll fucking lay there. But if your neck's hurt, if it's like some severe injury or life traumatic incident, then she would have flown home immediately back to Australia. Oh no, me mom got a dingo ate me baby. Right? So it's gotta be like, she showed up somewhere to film her laying on her back and fucking all concussed with glass laying around her, you know? So, I mean, if it was like she needs emergency surgery, she'd be flown. She'd be like seeing a doctor. She wouldn't go film that. They would just say it happened. They'd get a body double or something. It'd be like the Wizard of Oz, where the Wicked Witch of the West feet or the East rather, or feet are hanging out underneath Dorothy's house, right? It would just be like Toni Storm's feet in black and white, and right? And she'd just be like KO'd behind a fucking one of those crates, one of those TV crates or whatever. So it's, if I had to pick something, it would just be like she's taking time off for having a baby, right? So hopefully it's something positive like that. And why would they tease Ronda with her if they knew before that? You know what I'm saying? They would have just done it. They should have just waited and did it with Monet and then signed Ronda to get a match out of it. You know? To me, that's what... Yeah, so they're literally saying in this commercial for Dynamite on TBS right now, next, it's the... okay, so Tone did a 5-minute video, so we'll check in with him in a little bit. But they literally just said right there, it's the #1 contender versus EVP title. Oh, buddy, there's not only... in Tone's mind, like, unless you have something to put on the line, there's nothing interesting. Or maybe he's seeing, like, I don't know, because everyone has belts, and then now you have guys without belts, like, putting titles, but, like, literal job titles on the line. I just think it's kind of cooked, man. Whatever. Let's do some light news, and then we'll get into everything else, and we'll talk about AEW some more. That's the AEW preview. Yeah, I gotta keep YouTube chat pulled up, so I'm just gonna keep doing that tonight, guys, which is fucking me up. All good though. So, because I'm about to babble anyway, so just let me end this poll. Do you think Ronda Rousey will hurt Tony Khan when Paramount acquires Warner Bros? 57% of you said yes. 26% said the best guys, Tony Khan, and no for 17%. It was funny for a few weeks straight that all those Bucks matches, okay, with duffel bags for money. You're absolutely right. Money matches. Okay, let's get into some shit here. Yeah, so chat's working fine on YouTube. It's just over on StreamYard. All right, that's cool. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for miscellaneous news, and there is a good amount here. Let's hit our drop.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So Jeff Jarrett wrestled Paul Walter Hauser, and they're having a match that Jeff Jarrett and MJF could have had if AEW was a real company, is what @NoCommentNum says, which is pretty funny. I don't know. I didn't see it, but here's a little clip. It's Mole Man versus Double J. They're like booing and shit. Why would this be the match that MJF had with Jeff Jarrett? I'm not sure.
You fucking mark!
If it's me, brand split, or I'm like making ROH way more serious, and then Big Show is the GM or / commissioner of AEW, or just like Collision or Dynamite, you know, like if you do an AEW split, then that's one thing, but I would just do ROH and AEW, and which it's kind of that way, but you're starting to see the Rascals and shit are in ROH and stuff, not to make it about AEW, but I would have Jeff Jarrett as the commissioner or GM of ROH or AEW, and then Big Show would be the commissioner or GM of the other. And man, for the people like, well, that's just WWE Fed slop shit, Phil. Well, guess what? They just had a Jurassic Express bus, and it was a school bus painted green. Okay, so miss me with that shit.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Hauser's like, he'll like let people punch him out and throw him off shit and stuff. He's crazy. He's like a Homer Simpson. Oh, and the table. I am the tabled Paul Walter Hausen. Is it Hausen? I forget. He's a good actor. So was it like a table match? I don't even know if it broke. I don't know, dude. They're doing a damn crowd. Speaking of doing a crowd, Fantastica Mania UK 2026 is going down Saturday, October 17th. So CMLL and Rev Pro present Fantastica Mania. Hopefully they do well there. GCW, Josh Barnett's Bloodsport, Timothy Thatcher versus Charlie Dempsey. That's going to be a banger. Pete Dunne is also booked. Natty, I think, is booked. And Josh Barnett and Yuji Nagata are, of course, booked for this. Zack Sabre Jr. So Josh Barnett, the War Master, always able to put on a good blood sport card. And these matches always rule. And Thatcher versus Dempsey. I want to say, have we seen this in NXT? Have they wrestled each other? I'm not sure. We could easily Google it. But yeah, it's going down GCW WrestleMania weekend. Speaking of which, Charlie versus Shotzi is happening at House of Glory in Vegas. JD on commentary. Go on April 16th. Hog Wrestling. So, yeah, that'll be a good match. That's for the women's championship. I suspect Shotzi will get the dub there too, but Charlie starting to get booked. Again, a net positive for the indies, and she's able to get booked. So the indies are hot. WrestleMania weekend, everything's hot, but then like how hot is everything if everything's there? If there's a million shows, then are they all doing really well? I'm curious, man. Someone should go investigate this. You know, go to all these shows, boots on the ground, do a documentary. That could be fun. So, in other indie news, Stephen Borden Jr. made his New Japan debut at NJPW Academy's 3rd anniversary showcase this past week. And man, he's got it. You got it. What you got is it, girl. You got it. Arm drag. And I'll check in with chat. Sorry, it's coming in like 12 fucking 15 chats at a time. It's so stupid. But yeah, he looks really good, right? I don't want to interrupt this man while he's cooking, okay? Chat, calm the fuck down. Oh, and some right hands from Stephen Borden. Off the ropes, reverse duck under. Oh my God, and the athleticism, the shoulder tackle, and the big right hands, the clubbing blows here. Oh, and a flat, and Jim Cornette would not be proud of that one. Oh, the scoop slam. He tucked his chin well, and the man's firing up a Steven splash. Is that what we call it? The Steven splash? Oh, and he's doing his dad shit impeccably. Oh, and now and the Michinoku driver, the power slam. Throwing bows. Oh, and that flying knee was stiff, bro. Look at that. Oh, he got stiffed with that one. That was nice. Oh, sicko shit. Sicko shit. AEW. Oh, and there you go. They just go into the AEW shit. Oh. Okay, yeah, now they're just doing 15 things. Full Nelson, bomb, pin him. Damn, so is his finish the full Nelson slam? Like, that's pretty cool if it is, man. Holy shit. Sassy Gail gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clips memberships. God damn, that's a great support. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much for your support. It means the world. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry StreamYard's fucking up. I don't know if super chats are coming in delayed. Everybody acknowledge Sassy Girl, and hopefully some of those gray names we see got those. That's all we can hope.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you so much. Rabid Wolverine LC K17 for 5 says Ronda is acting like a spoiled little brat and also acting like a jealous ex-girlfriend at the same time. Well, here's the thing. She doesn't give a fuck. And she just knows that Dana White. So her and Dana White talk privately, and I want to talk about this later. I don't want to jump the shark here, but she knows that Dana just has nothing to do with, like, he'll keep re-signing contracts and making millions of dollars and being in the fight game. He loves it, but he's focused on Zuffa boxing, and he doesn't give a fuck. Like, he's disassociated. He's just not really attached to the overall TKO stuff. He's just a name and a face, and one day he's going to be gone, and it could be sometime soon. He just signed a deal, I think, recently that'll keep him on for another, like, 5 years, right? But one day he's going to be gone, and it's other people just running shit behind the scenes, and he's just the face of the organization type thing. Ronda knows that, and so she's like, fuck TKO and whatever, and she has a bit of a vendetta against WWE and whatnot. We'll get into all of that, but it's not like she's not trying to personally go at people like Arya Man. Well, maybe a little bit. She's closer with Dana than any of these other people, right? She doesn't know Hunter Campbell. Like, I don't think Hunter Campbell was booking her fights. Like, maybe he was around, but, those guys weren't, like, booking her matches. It was Dana, right, that she did business with. So she's from, like, the last gen previously to, like, the TKO era and shit. So it's not, like, personal with them, and it's not personal to Dana because of her relationship with him, but With WWE, it's kind of personal, obviously, because she worked there. But also, it's not entirely. I'm sure she doesn't like hate Triple H. She just fucking, she doesn't hate Vince McMahon. I think her comments on him was like I think she made comments on Vince and was like, everything's chill. But yeah, anyways, we'll talk about that more later. But with her, it's like her personal thing that she's doing, and it's like a business play. But that business play leads into Tony Khan. If you match that with Tone's personal shit that he's done and said, and how personal he's taken that shit, then yeah, you combine those two things, and it's just going to blow up in his face. So I'll break that down more in a little bit as we trudge through miscellaneous news here. We got some good stuff here, guys, so get ready. Okay? Breaking. Gable Steveson has signed a multi-match deal with RAF and will make his debut at RAF 09 on May 30th. And so shout him out. This is perfect for him as he sort of builds up his MMA record and whatnot. So in indie news here, in MLW news, as first reported by Sports Illustrated earlier today, Major League Wrestling has added a Major League faction, signing Joe Coffey, Mark Coffey, and Wolfgang to contracts. The Glasgow Boys on Top. So is that their new name? The Glasgow Boys on Top? That sounds like one of those that sounds like an HBO show, or one of those like Shameless, or one of those Skins, like one of those shows where it's like a lot of nudie scenes, from the UK, one of those UK shows with a bunch of nudie scenes. You know what I'm saying? The Glasgow Boys on Top. Shout them out, though. It's good they got all three of them, and there's probably money in these guys staying as a unit, and MLW could present the Skyscrapers versus the Kofi brothers, or Wolfgang and Kofi, or whatever. That could be good, and good for them. So we have some indie clips of things going around, and this gets from serious to ridiculous to everything in between. This is about to get crazy. You guys ready? Strap in. So the Princess of Perfection and Queen of Spades, short story, not your typical fairy tale ending. So Rachel Lee wrestled Shayna Baszler recently on Metroplex Wrestling, I believe. So here's a little highlight reel of that. And so there's Shayna Baszler getting into it. And I'm just going to skim through this because the music, but boom, look at that side slam. Like, that's sick as fuck. Stomps the arm. But then this girl goes on Twitter and she's like, my arm is not actually broke. And it's like, well, fuck. Oh, come on now. That's not very fair, Eric, to break kayfabe like that.
Come on now, Eric.
Chat me up about breaking kayfabe frivolously in the independent scene. What the fuck? So in other indie news, Disco Ray. Well, first, let's just take a look at this. Here's Nick Offerman as Jinx in Margot's Got Money Troubles. So here's the trailer for this Apple TV show where this lady, I don't know if she gets into indie wrestling or something, but she sees this as like the Hulk Hogan Macho Man guy.
It's not just about popping them back up.
What is this show about? I don't know.
It's about beating the shit out of whoever knocked you down.
Or is it a movie? I have no clue. Is this the thing Jericho's in as well? I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, free plug. There you go. But speaking of the plug, okay? And I don't know who's the plug in this situation. I assume cocaine is, but Disco Ray wants to snort cocaine's coke off the ring rat's ass in wrestling. YouTube, okay? Enter the wicked world of JCW lunacy. So the story continues in JCW, the top storyline, if you ask my opinion. The ring rat, Disco Ray has been seriously trying to snort cocaine off of her behind, and it's just every time he attempts to do so, it just doesn't work out. And so let's see what goes down.
Look at this.
What the rat still has that vial, still has the stash.
The stash. So this is what's
Oh
going
my
on
God.
Lunacy.
What's he? Oh,
Well, this will be a pick me up.
I guess it could be. He might need some of Vito's Blue Chew afterwards.
Oh, and
but-
a 619 from Cocaine, the worst 619 ever performed.
He might need some of Vito's Blue Chew afterward, but
God.
Tiger feint kick from Cocaine.
And he interrupts it. He interrupts. Oh, man, this is talk about a bump. Am I right? Yeah. Jesus Christ, what a ridiculous thing is JCW. But hey, speaking of ridiculous, John Cena came out of retirement and attacked Sandman. It actually is the Invisible Man. So Sandman's retirement match at Joey Janela's Spring Break involves him taking on the Invisible Man. And here's a segment they did here where the Invisible Man.
No. Hey! No.
Where's he? Oh. Mike, stand back.
This is
Get out of here. You weren't invited.
This is the Invisible Man.
This is
Where?
embarrassing. This is embarrassing. You weren't invited here. You weren't invited. Mike, get back. For your safety. Get back. You weren't invited here. Where is he?
Down.
Mike, I'm sorry. I didn't want to bring this.
I love how they're doing like a talk show. All of these, as I point out on the bonus episode of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, where I talk about Brian Alvarez's pro wrestling ventures, like you go to the indies and then all of these people, including Brian, do the most WWE-ish, cheesiest, old school WWE type shit ever.
Chaos.
Where the hell is he now? Oh God. Is he still in the room?
I don't know. He might have left. I don't know. Sandman, you all right? He wasn't invited. I'm so sorry.
Well, I hope the event's still on.
It's on. Now it's even more on than ever. I'm
Good to
sorry,
see you,
Mike.
man.
I'm sorry about your furniture.
We can replace furniture, but you can't replace Sandman. We'll be right back.
Yeah, there you go. So Sandman versus the Invisible Man. And a lot of indie marks are like, dude, that's what it should be. You know, that's always been the dream matchup. So there you go. In other news, and this is courtesy of Hameen Media Group, on Patreon, the Russo brand show. I don't know. There's like 10 different labels going on here, but Al Snow addresses the OVW Dallas Edwards referee controversy. Shout out Jeff Lane. Bro, let me tell you what you should think about bro. If this was in the World Wrestling Federation, bro, I would be calling everyone marks. But bro, let me tell you, let Al Snow tell you about his thoughts. Well, you know, I wouldn't have posted the thing if I didn't know that it was going to happen. I mean, I put out an official statement, and yeah, I turned the replies off. Everybody was mad at me. So let's take a listen here. Shout out Jeff Lane, by the way.
So I'm not going to argue with someone over the internet, because here's why. All right, I don't respond to anybody anytime. Whether there's this, and yeah, I turned off on Twitter, I turned off the thing because I was advised to do that. I could care less. Everybody's like, you're a coward. You don't want it. What? Oh, you're going to hurt my feelings because you're going to write something more, Yeah,
he is right. Like, it's all already out there. So just because it's under your post doesn't,
I've laughed this morning when I read the thing on the comment on Instagram about, steroids enlarge your heart and I hope you die soon. I thought, oh, that was stiff, I laughed at it. And if you think you're going to get another response out of me other than your mom, you're crazy. It's not going to happen. All right,
well, bro, let me tell you, nothing cracks me up like a good your mama joke, bro. I'm from New York. Your mama's so fat, bro. Let me tell you my favorite yo mama joke. Wilder Valderrama. You guys remember that show? This is your mama. Your mama's so fat, Cornette, that she uses Mexico, the whole thing, as a tanning bed. Oh, go. That's my roast. I invented your mama's. Let me tell you. Oh, shit. Yeah, so Al Snow, let's listen. Let's continue with what
Here's why.
I just love it. Just cracks me up how Vince Russo is tickled by your mom. You know, the most boomer fucking. Oh yeah, well, your mom.
It's so for two reasons. Okay, one, in order for me to get upset or offended, do you know what I need to do? I need to respect your opinion. I don't. You'll never offend me. You'll never upset me. Because I don't care what you think or say, because it's your opinion. And that's fine. You can have it. You can say that I should never work in wrestling again because of this, and etc. And go ahead. I don't care.
Yeah, we can't do that every time someone gets hurt. Now, I fully agree that you're not going to. I would never book like a guy that big jumping on a little ass referee. I don't know, man. I wouldn't do that. But things happen in pro wrestling, you know? Now, was it a bad move? Yeah. But then is it like, oh, well, you criticized AEW. So the fact that Tone's done a bunch of shitty for 7 years and people money mark him in and then take off. And when you criticize people like Ospreay for landing on his neck a bunch and then coming back and doing a Phoenix splash to the outside, and you criticize that, that means that if someone gets hurt in a wrestling show, you should it's just so dumb. It's just such a cope.
You mean it don't mean anything to me. It doesn't bother me, and I'm not going to respond. Why would I respond? Here's the other reason I will never respond. All right. You're on social media for one reason, just so that you can get external validation and you can feel like you're more relevant than just inside your own personal circle. That's it. And when I respond to you, I'm now making you relevant. I'm acknowledging.
Yeah, he's breaking down the psychology of a troll. Yeah, we get it, buddy. Listen, all they're doing is trolling, and they just want you to engage. The more you engage people who are like, you fucking suck. And then it's like, oh, you 8-follower bot, whatever. Just mute them or block them. It doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, we know what they're doing. And the more you fucking respond, the more that's all it is. It's just a reaction thing, right? That's what like 95% of trolling is. So we get it, Al.
Your comment, which is giving,
and it's hardly even the validation. It's just like you can get them to respond, so then they'll keep getting you to respond. You know, once you respond, then they just keep getting you to respond to the thing.
Do that gratification and that validation that you wouldn't have gotten, and also exposes you to my audience that doesn't know you even exist. And so that's why I don't respond.
Yeah, and then I don't know about like the exposes you to my audience. It's not like there's people who are fans of Al Snow that are going to see somebody hating on Al Snow and then be like, yeah, I'm going to go fucking join this 30-follower bot account standing Tony Khan all of a sudden. I don't think that's true either, but yeah, it's just funny.
So I'm not going to argue.
Shout out Russo and Al Snow and everybody. So speaking of funny ass old dudes who are fucking crazy, Jesse Ventura, Jesse the Body Ventura. Well, why don't you tell me what Donald Trump did on that fateful day? So Jesse Ventura appeared on Piers Morgan. Okay, and I like watching Piers Morgan because I watch it, Piers Morgan Uncensored on YouTube. I will throw those on from time to time because it's just funny to see like the panels just arguing with each other. He always matches up like polar opposite people, and then they just start fucking yelling at each other, and it's so funny. And it's hilarious to see Jesse Ventura all these years later. Like, he's always been a 9/11 guy. He's always been like, I live in the Baja, you know? I ran as an independent, and I would have if you gave me Dick Cheney and a waterboard, I'd have him confess to the Tate family murders in 60 minutes. You know, he's like always one of he had the Jesse Ventura questions everything show or whatever. Jesse Ventura, conspiracy theories, right? And then Joe Rogan took that show over for a little bit. And he's like, whoa, dude, people forget about Bigfoot, man. And yeah, so Jesse Ventura was here going off about Donald J. Trump, WWE Hall of Famer, and he actually challenges him to a match, pal. Yeah, I'm going to book it. We're going to do it in Saudi Arabia. Yeah. Get Turkey Al Sheikh on the phone, pal. And so, so where do we start with this? Jesse Ventura alleges Donald Trump only received the WWE Hall of Fame induction for stopping an investigation into Vince McMahon. Well, why don't you tell me what Vince McMahon did on that fateful evening? On that plane. There was fecal... Well, Pierce, there was fecal matter found on that plane with those kittens. I was gifted one. Well, if Vince McMahon's so bad, why did you appear on Saturday night's main event? Well, I have a deal with the video game too, Pierce. Why was your name in the Epstein files? This is so ridiculous. So, Donald Trump received a Hall of Fame induction for stopping an investigation into Vince McMahon. I mean, I don't know. I'm willing to believe anything in 2026 at this point, man. With some of the shit that's come out recently, I'm willing to believe it, dude. So I don't know. Let's continue along here. Jesse Ventura continues to investigate, okay? And he suggests that Donald Trump may have faked his assassination attempt. Now, do you guys remember when this happened, right? When Trump got whatever happened, right? I don't know what YouTube is all good with, right? But he got hit in the ear, and then I did a bit on my show where I was like, he no-sold it, dude. Now, people are saying he did the blade job. He got color, right? And it was like, some people got mad. They're like, oh, even a wrestling show grifting off the fucking Trump thing. But it was like, I was trying to be funny. I was trying to make a bit, as I do, right? Some are hits, some are miss. You either love it or hate it. I don't really give a fuck, okay? Because I'm going to be here every Wednesday and Saturday night doing it. But it's funny because Jesse's literally doing the bit. Like, it's everything is becoming reality, okay? Here at PWT. Like, we make fun of shit. It becomes truth. It's crazy. It's like South Park. We're living South Park. And he's out here saying, like, do you know what a blade job is? Oh, yeah, Piers. You ever hear of a blade? Okay, chat. Where did I fucking mute myself? God damn. Where did I mute myself there? I accidentally muted myself. I'm talking all flamboyant here. I'm all flagrant and crazy and wild here right now. It's a conspiracy show. I muted myself at some point, but listen, this is the bit. Jesse Ventura. So I'll just reiterate what I said the last fucking 4 minutes because I don't know where about 20. Okay, so all I'm saying is this, right? It's the fucking bit, right? He even says like, oh, have you heard of a blade job, Pierce? And it's like, I made that joke. Oh, did Moxley teach him how to blade his ear? I don't think you blade an ear unless Moxley taught you how. Did Moxley teach you how to do that? It's just crazy. Things are becoming South Park. I don't know. I made the point. Let's get into the fucking clips here. And Jesse Ventura's like, where's the scar? And it's like, I don't know, dude. Do you have a fucking, did you blade? Did Jesse ever blade? I don't know. Here's the clip. This is hilarious. Shout out Pierce Morgan, uncensored.
When he got
guy,
when he got shot, Jesse, to be fair to Trump.
Wait a minute, Pierce.
To be fair to Trump, when he got shot,
I'm going to tell you.
When he got shot, he got back up, said fight.
Oh, yeah, right. You ever hear of a...
Oh, yeah, right. Oh, why don't you tell me? Fight. Yeah, right. I'm running as an independent in Minnesota.
Blade job?
You ever hear of a blade job? Pierce is like, you what? Oh, my God. He's like, what?
Fucking Mark!
Are you talking professional wrestling? The British Bulldogs and them? Oh my God. Have you ever heard of a blade job, Piers? They blade job the towers on 9/11. They blade job the steel beams. And that's why they look like they were cut. What the fuck, man?
Right. You ever hear of a blade job?
You ever hear of John Moxley, Pierce? He works for a little company. Me and Mick Foley are starting a tag team in the Baja. Will be billed from the Baja.
Anyway.
A blade? What, you think he was fake?
Anyway, I don't know. Where's his scar today?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
Somebody died literally sitting behind him.
I don't mean to laugh. This is all fucked up. Someone died, literally died behind him. Well, why don't you? Well, have you heard of someone called Tupac, Pierce?
I don't know.
Have you heard of Elvis Presley? He's in Cuba. He's in the Baja. I'm actually keeping him. He lives next door to me in the Baja.
No, come on, Piers. You're going to tell me this guy's a big hero now?
I thought that day he was.
That's what you're going to tell me?
That day he was.
Oh, my God.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, well, he accomplished what he wanted out of you guys.
No, I think you can be heroic on one day and you can be less heroic on others. But if you ask me, was he heroic when he got shot? Yeah, and I think those who try to pretend he wasn't actually shot or anything, it's ridiculous.
You're right.
Sure.
When he got
this guy...
Well, when he got shot, Jesse...
It's just the way he's like, sure, yeah, okay. Well, he did that on like Opie and Anthony back in the fucking day. He would do that to them too, where he's just like, yeah, sure. Well, hold on a second. It's like, let him finish what he's saying. Oh my God, dude. It's so crazy. Oh man. So Jesse's cooked here, man. I don't know what this guy's thinking. So, and he's like, Donald Trump faked everything. So, and then he said, maybe it's time for a showdown. Okay. And he's challenging Trump to a wrestling match here, Burrow.
The offense. So maybe it's time to send the Navy SEAL to Washington.
I was a Navy SEAL.
Maybe it's time for a showdown between the Vietnam.
Super showdown in Saudi Arabia. Me and the ghost of Hulk Hogan versus Vince McMahon and Donald J. Trump.
Veteran and the draft dodger.
Do you actually mean a physical confrontation? Or?
No.
We're going to do it at Aiden Ross's celebrity boxing, at Aiden Ross's influencer boxing. We're on the MVP card on Netflix.
But if he wants it, he's in the Hall of Fame. Let's both get in the ring. The offense.
Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, Jesse, I don't know. His conspiracy theories are pretty fucking loopy. But he's like, we should do it in the office, not the box office, but the Oval Office, Pierce. You know what I meant. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news. By God, what an insane fucking world we live in.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Yeah, it's kooky, man. That guy hasn't wavered from his fucking conspiracy shit for so long. I wonder if we have anything in the TNA folder here. We got a couple things. Yeah, so guys, Swerve versus Kenny Omega. What did you guys think of what are you guys thinking? Good as the first match or not? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into fucking chat today StreamYard's being cookied. So let's get into TNA news, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, hit the like button. Make sure you guys hit retweet, heart, all that good shit. And yeah, I appreciate you. Sofia Vergara is fucking doing a Skechers ad, just looking like $1 million. Okay, yeah, let's get into TNA news. I guess there's a couple things in here. So we'll do it. I'm like contemplating, do we just save this? So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for TNA news. So, TNA Rebellion. Take a look at this shit, dude. April 11th, they're in Cleveland, Ohio, Skibbity Riz, Ohio. Okay, and there's 13,000 seats on this map. They're set up for only 4,600, like Carlos Silva. I'm sorry to be so negative, but what the fuck are you doing? Jesus Christ, man. People make fun of AEW for this shit. Come on now. And the available tickets, 2,963. I mean, this is 4 or 5 days ago. So the last update. So it's like they might hit around the 4,000 come showtime, maybe 3,000. And then they got to fluff it a little bit, which is fine. But only 1,600 tickets distributed so far. I was really hoping that with the AMC era, and again, I wasn't anticipating like 400,000 people watching every show right off the rip, right? But I was anticipating like, hey, maybe they'd have more buzz after these pay-per-views and stuff where they had like 7,000 people in attendance and shit. So your boy Phil's a little disappointed. But 4,600 set up in a 13,000 place. Like, I just don't think they should do that ever, man. You got to go the other direction. AEW does that and it gets clowned. So we got to see people keeping the same energy and keeping TNA honest. One thing that they have been doing well and people have been keeping them honest about, though, is their television viewership. And it decreases slightly, remains strong against March Madness competition. Key demo stayed the same, so that's important. And that's a good thing if you're fucking Dave Meltzer, one of these guys who cares about that shit. But it decreased slightly this last week. But, I mean, week over week, they've been growing. So they're going to have a slight decrease. Key demo stays the same. Okay, next week they are up a little bit. Maybe did what they did the week before. I mean, they're on the right trajectory. It's not like these crazy anomalies where it's like a huge influx of viewership like you saw for Collision, which we're going to talk about in a bit, or you just see a drastic decrease when it goes back to, or when it goes to like a different time slot because they don't know what day to put it on. Like, it's not this chaotic thing with TNA, but we need more hype on like the big pay-per-view PLE events. Okay, we really fucking do. Because I don't know, TNA's doing their damn thing. Santana's going to be on NXT as well. So that's going to cook, I think, right? That's what, next week? So good shit. And then Gail Kim and TNA heading into mediation and ongoing legal battle. Right? So Gail Kim and TNA heading into mediation and ongoing legal battle. I don't know if this is the right move. So we went over this before, and I think it was kind of like, okay, you were working from home a lot, and I like Gail Kim, you know? I'm a big fan. I always have been. I always will be. But it's like, do you think you have grounds to sue them over like a wrongful termination along those lines, right? I'm no lawyer. Here, let's look. I just clicked on the article. Maybe it lawsuit itself dates back to January. They filed legal action. Oh, yeah. Following Kim informing the company that she believed she had. Oh, right. So they jumped on her because she informed them. That's why the timeline's fucked up in my brain. Because she told them, I have grounds to sue you. And then fucking they're like, well, we'll just sue you then or whatever. So, or not suing, but whatever the fuck it is. So, yeah, I just, she might have fucked up there. She should have just sued them or not said anything because that just backfired. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA news. See, there wasn't much in there. I was debating whether we even talk about that stuff today. We're doing the damn thing. So Moxley's out here. Shall we get into some AEW news? I think that's probably the move next, unless you guys want to get into Fed news. The Fed. It's funny because I call the Fed, and people are like, oh, if you call the Fed, you're a sicko and shit. And I'm like, nah, dude. Or maybe I am. I don't know. But I'm definitely calling it the Fed. That's all I can say. Oh, damn. So just one of these. So is it just... No, so Top Flight's just going to get squished? Like, they'll get their shit in, but this crowd's going nuts for them, too. Zeta Steel doing the damn thing. It's just like Layla Gray was with them, and I know she blew at her ACL, but then you stick Zeta Steel with them. It's just these guys have been so stagnant. They should have been world title contenders by now. Yeah, so they're just, what is this, like a mixed trios? Yeah. Damn, so they're just going to like tap out to Garcia or something. That's shitty for them, dude. What do we want next? Yeah, let's get into, I think we'll do AEW news because we keep getting distracted by it, or we could go into Fed news. We were just talking about the Fed a bit. There's not too much in the Fed, but there is quite a bit actually. And there's a crazy ass wacko segment. Usually it's the sicko segment again. AEW catching wins here lately. Yeah, let's get into AEW news because Dynamite is on. So we'll want to talk about this shit before we switch over to anything else. Fed for life. Call it New York, like the boys from the 80s, fish and chips. So now the Death Riders are heel again. Well, that's the problem, right? Mox was, and I'm sorry if these are older chats, but they're just coming in like 30 at a time. It went up by 30, then by 60 on StreamYard. So I don't know what's up here. So basically Moxley went babyface and is all respectful in his one-on-one bouts, but the Death Riders themselves are heels. So that was always a bad move. Zilla Fatu, why YouTube channel went down Monday while they were watching Raw. Must have bad internet connection. Okay. Pub food is valid. Boo. Boo. Wrongful termination. Okay. You let us all down. Boris, strike one. Okay. He's done worse. I look and see. Excellent. So, let's get into, some AEW news, man. Let's get into it. And everybody, let's hydrate. Okay? We're going to hydrate today. And, let's get into AEW stuff here. There's lots to be happy about in Tony Khan land. There's lots to poke fun of, so let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time all together now. Ichi Nissan da for AEW news. So the Rascals, Des and Wentz, made their ROH debut today at the taping in Jacksonville. Tone. What are you doing? The Rascals, Dave's given them 5 stars and shit, and Tone's still just like, all right, they're going to Ring of Honor. This is the problem. And clearly Tone just took the Rascals away from TNA because he thinks it's like hurting TNA and the Fed and shit. That's the only reason he signed them up. And they're just going to go to ROH and probably win the tag titles there or the 6-man titles there or whatever. But the problem with ROH is that Tone's doing it in a studio, which is fine. That's a W. For Phil Marks, I'm like, that's a fucking W. Good job, Tone. Should have did this a long time ago. But he's now just bringing in like Okada just shows up randomly at this studio. Like, it's just how he was booking it before. Separate the two, start marketing it as ROH is like the proving ground, you know? And yes, you can have a Johnny Gargano show up, or yes, you can have a 40-year-old guy like Sean Spears who only was really ever in NXT, then went to AEW, and now he's a coach in NXT and shit. Yes, have your older veterans who are also in ROH as like, these are your older veterans in ROH that still wrestle or get involved, whatever. Christopher Daniels with Top Flight, whatever. But start marketing it differently. It's not the ROH of old, and you just sending AEW guys down there as if everyone's just interchangeable. It fucking isn't going to work because it wasn't working for Tone before. So he's got to cut that shit out. You have 3 of the Rascals. You have a trios division. You have fucking Hangman randomly teaming up with Jet Speed so that they can drop the titles, so that they can randomly team up with Mystico. You have trios in the company. You have some. Fucking use them. Jesus Christ. Keep ROH separate. We're starting in a studio. Okay, then just keep new guys who are just officially ROH. Not even new, just separate the fucking rosters then and be like, here's our ROH guys. Here's who you come to watch at the studio show. Here's who we're developing and shit. But whenever you need Top Flight to come just do a job for Garcia and the Death Riders, whenever the Death Riders need someone to do a fucking job, they just call up Top Flight and they do a job for whoever and they get all their shit in so they look cool and everything. And Tone loves that, but they deserve more, you know? And the Rascals, I mean, it's not a death sentence being sent to ROH, but isn't it? Look at Sammy Guevara begging to get on TV. Look at Britt Baker. We've been chronicling this, begging to get on TV. Deonna Purrazzo. Taya Valkyrie, after defending, I'm on ROH, watch ROH. Now her and her husband are both like, hey, we're fucking just kind of trapped down here doing nothing. Danhausen, before he dipped out. This keeps happening time and time again. So it's just a shame. And it's not a shame for the Rascals' bank accounts and shit. Like, I ain't going to hit. And then if you're like Wes Lee, it's like, well, what else? Who am I going to fucking go back to TNA? I mean, that's not a bad option, but it's like, he's done everything other than like main roster WWE. He's done everything there is to do already. So it's not, for him, it's like, yeah, just go to fucking AEW for a bit. It makes sense. But if you're a guy like Wentz, like, he wanted to get back in WWE bad. He wanted to get back in with the TNA NXT crossovers. He wanted to get back in NXT and finish that run that MSK was on and whatnot, you know? And Myron Reed's the shit. You have these guys, man. Start running with them. I get it. Jet Speed's a cool tag team. Keep them in the tag division then, if that's what your goal is. Like, why are they just in random trios? And the Rascals, when Tony bought the Rascals, to me, it was like, okay, if he can integrate them in what he's been doing lately, really focusing on a core group of talent. That was a main criticism. Like, he just needs to focus on a core group of guys and gals, and then you'll start to get them over week by week. I thought the Rascals could slide right in. They kind of did. They did that Mile High Madness match. Dave gives it 5 stars. And again, this is no shot at the Rascals. I just glazed the Rascals for 5 fucking minutes. But the Rascals have been doing all that same shit outside. That Mile High match wasn't anything new. They've been doing that same shit on the Indies and TNA and NXT. They've been doing what they do, what the Rascals do forever. Dave isn't giving it 5 stars. All of a sudden, they do it in AEW with the Bucks. It's getting 5 stars. So you can just see, the Gates of Agony are getting 5 stars. Like, you can see what Dave's doing as well. Like, it's not that, the Rascals are so great in these guys' minds. So it doesn't really shock me that Tone's just like, letting them rot in fucking ROH. Hopefully that doesn't happen, and I hope nothing but the best for these guys. But like, you have a trios division, you have 3 of the Rascals. Holy fuck! Like, put the titles on them, or at least have them in contention, in the conversation. You know, and we have more talent who are in ROH here. The Inspiration made their ROH debut at today's taping in Jacksonville, and again, I called this shit. They're going to show up at Grand Slam Australia, right? A dingo will eat the baby. No, that's terrible, dude. They're going to show up there. They show up in Dynamite. They got squashed. That was good. And then they're just going to be forgotten about. They're doing indie dates already. And Tone has no real plans for them. He's not going to build them up in the tag division. This was just a symbolic. We're going to take a shit on the Inspiration. No Vince McMahon, because we took them from TNA and we want to keep them away from the Fed and all of these sorts of things. That's really all it is. And now they're in ROH, and we know what happens to women that get sent to ROH. They're never to be heard from again. They Mercedes Martinez fucking retired.
Wrestling's not fake!
They Ana Purrazzo start realizing, oh fuck, I'm retweeting random marks online who are fucking saying that I need to go back to TNA and Tone should release me or whatever. You know, like, it's cooked, man. So shout out the Iconics, but it's good for them again. Like, what are they going to go to WWE and win the tag belts or something? Like, maybe, but it's like they just want to model and do indie dates and just get paid a big bag to be in a company. Like, they're, you know, let them fucking do that. Let them go to AEW and get 6 figures each to just stay away from TNA. It doesn't, if they're in TNA, it doesn't affect them any. I don't think if they're in WWE, I don't think it affects WWE's bottom line any. Maybe if they were in TNA a little longer, maybe it would have helped their AMC ratings. Like, I'm not going to discount that, but yeah, Tone's just, you're gone. You're shadow banned now to ROH, unfortunately. And speaking of wrestlers who've been just banished to the shadow realm, Thunder Rosa has been banished to the shadow realm, but also Wardlow, and he was in attendance at AEW Revolution, though reports say he was only visiting with no return plans in place. So he was there visiting, but he's not on the show, and they have no plans for him, and he's on the Gladiator show right now, and they're not even using him to promote anything. No return in sight. He's just there saying what's up, getting paid to just sit at home. He showed up, made Tone feel real awkward, or what? And also, I called it. Daniel Garcia got the W. It wasn't by tap out, but this was just used to give Garcia a pin or a win. Because, I mean, how else do you get this guy over? But Wardlow, he was backstage, but just no plans. And it's just such an epic fail. And he's at a point in his career where, yeah, will WWE bring him in on a 2-3 year deal when he's like 40 years old, whenever his shit expires? Yeah. Am I sitting there like, dude, we need to see Wardlow in the Fed? Maybe. I mean, if they don't fuck around with Royce Keys and the payoff to that is good and we really get the heavyweights, you know, and they're like, yeah, we'll look at fucking Wardlow for 3 years and see if we can just push him right into like a mid-top slot or something, then sure, I'm down with it. But like, what, is he going to go to NXT or something? I don't know. He's probably better just doing shit for Amazon Prime or whatever the fuck now, you know? And also Thunder Rosa, speaking of like being WWE adjacent or what would happen, what if scenario in WWE, Thunder Rosa says WWE once offered her a referee role instead of an in-ring future. And I like that the Observer are trying to, like, they're trying their hand at all this different type of content to try and drum up, right? They have these little graphics now. Shout out the Observer, dude. Thunder Rosa reveals that they offered her a $60,000 per year referee deal. Now listen to this, in 2019. So this would have been like just after, you know, when NWA started like crossing over with AEW, it would have been like just then or after that or around that or right before that, actually, probably. So they didn't see shit in her. Now, Tone fumbled her for sure. If WWE signed her to be a referee, that's not a knock on her. And that maybe, I don't know, that's not a fumble if she's like, yeah, I'd love to be a referee. That's not a fumble. Like, how does if WWE hires you to be a fucking referee and then you are a referee, it's not a fumble if they never try you as a wrestler, because they never tried you as a wrestler. So you can't fumble the ball that you don't fucking have. But definitely, like, whoever thought of that is a dumbass, you know, like, you could have fucking the face paint and the mask and the gear and all that. She could have sold toys. There's so much that Thunder Rosa, there's so much potential that was left on the table. Now, a lot of that was due to injury, but a lot of that was also due to bully culture type shit that was going on backstage in AEW around that time. And not that they didn't put her in good positions, though. Like, they did. Thunder Rosa was super over when AEW was more hot than it is now, you know? And it's just a shame that she never really got a proper run in either company. And I just don't know if we're going to see that happen. Now we see Thunder Rosa's like hardcore Thunder Rosa, Cactus Rosa, and she's like fucking, and she's like getting beat up and shit. And I don't know, sort of semi-placed in a serious position. Like, we'll see her on Collision or whatever. She's back, but there's really no, like, she lost that luster and momentum that was behind her. And so that's crazy, though. I think that's nuts that WWE looked at her and her body of work and what she was doing in the NWA and thought, yeah, let's make her a referee. And she's a shooter for realsies. But granted, in 2019, Vince was in charge. Yeah. And apparently Vince didn't like guys who did that shooter shit really. Like, he did, but he didn't. You know, there's an element of him. Like, it makes it harder to push these, like, oh, they're a shooter guy. Like, Vince just leans into that and doesn't get creative around that. So, but that's fucking cooked if WWE offered her a ref role. That's nutty behavior. So, we move along here, and Penelope Ford deactivated her Twitter account because of the goddamn sickos and wackos who fucking plague everything in the IWC. The softiest moisties ever to exist ever is the fucking pro wrestling fandom. I would say in general. So, moving along here. And yeah, who knows? She just probably saw lots of toxicity online. So speaking of toxicity online, Chris Hero was the friend who reached out to Ricochet to give him advice on the offensive tweet about MS. And it's just so funny how all these dirt sheets now want to give the details and stooge who told him, who was the friend that gave advice. And now they have the ins and outs, and they have the what everyone was thinking and what everyone's confirmed, and all the sources reached out. But at the time, none of them were talking about it, you know? And again, we're not going to spend time on this Ricochet shit. That was last week's news all week. But I felted Ricochet. I went nuclear on him. But at the same time, like, people who want him to get fired and shit, that's too far. The comment he made, is that too far? That's up for interpretation. He wasn't working heel, though, and he's a dumbass. When everyone collectively is like, you're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. When people collectively go, oh, that's funny, and that's clearly just jokes. That's clearly just jokes. Ricochet, he's playing a heel. No, he's not, because then he wouldn't have put out the tweet going, oh, I fucking, everybody gives me death threats and shit. Like, he wouldn't have had to say that if he was just being a heel, because the whole point of healing is, again, if you went back, let's say there was no social media and he was just being a heel and he said that to someone's face, then their husband would jump the barricade and try and stick him. Jim Cornette would say, thank you, fuck you, bye, boom, right? Like, that's the whole idea of, like, healing, to start a riot. And
thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
The fans wanted to fuck us up and everything, right? So, like, you remove social media and it's like, was he really healing? No, because then he played the victim, which is it's always fool's behavior to be the victim when fucking people like say, dude, this is cooked or whatever. So like, it wasn't just being the heel, and he doesn't realize that. A lot of people just say he's a really fucking dumb guy. And so, I mean, that makes sense. And then he apologized for it. And then his friend had to reach out and be like, you should apologize for that. Then he's like, I apologize. So that's not being the fucking heel. But provided he's been quieter on socials, and this is better for Ricochet, man, if he just leaned into the character work and leaned into, like, he said it flat out. He's like, my hatred for the IWC. That means you sickos too. Like, he fucking hates everyone online. He just hates you all. So he's just going nuts on everybody, right? So is that real life? Because his apology is him saying my hatred for the IWC. So he's admitting that his troll shit is not just troll fucking heel work, right? So that's the stamp on it. That's all I want to say. And it's just funny that the sheets are like, oh, we have all the details and the ins and they won't stop reporting on it all this time. And it's like, man, who gives a fuck? You know, should he get fired? No. Was it heel work though? No, it's just, he's a dumbass. So it is what it is. And he's been playing chill, and that's cool. And Ricochet, like, again, let's just give him the benefit of the doubt here. He's been better. He's shown more range in AEW, right? His finisher's a fucking clothesline now or whatever, right? He does a running, sliding clothesline in AEW. Like, he's shown that he can slow his shit down. He doesn't do his craziest stuff, and he's trying to show his character work stuff. Focus on that, Ricochet. Lean into, if you're going to heel online, you would think being in WWE, you would have learned how to fucking do that. And lean into it by, you're not MJF, right? So lean into it by, like, getting your angles over on the show. Oh, this guy's a dirtbag, fuck him, or whatever, like, to whoever's on the show that you're talking about, that you're feuding with. And hopefully his comeback entails that. And yeah, shout out the sheets, man. Just fucking winning, dude. Doing And another thing that had everybody in a tiffy, and not tiffy time, was Lio Rush doing his Blackheart gimmick. Now, when Lio Rush was in Japan and before he came back to AEW, he was doing this gimmick. I think he did it in the American Indies too, but he was in Japan. But guys, you know, your boy Phil was putting it over. I was like, dude, he should do this in America. He should keep doing this. Instead, what did they do? They just stuck him with, like, Top Flight or whatever. And it's like, okay, him and Action Andretti were Top Flight. Then they were Crew. Then no explanation. He just breaks out this Blackheart gimmick. Now, I'm down with it. I don't know why people are hating on this. Like, this is shit that Lio Rush always did. If you're just like, oh, it's flippy, vanilla midget stuff that is stupid, and why is he running around like that? Okay, well, Danielson did some crawling around, rolling, running around shit like that for when he was going to face Brock Lesnar, and he broke it out against Brock a little bit. Now, not to this extent. There's actually an episode of Total Divas where Danielson was actually retired at the time, but he was telling Nikki and I think John Cena, although I couldn't see him, so maybe he was there or he wasn't. And Brie Bella, and he was doing like a crawling around thing like Lio Rush, and he's like, dude, this is what I was gonna do. He was doing like monkey style from Bloodsport or whatever, you know, in like the tournament where in the Kumite where that guy's got like the monkey rolling around style. And Danielson was like, I was going to do this against Brock when I feuded with him. Like, I was supposed to feud with Brock, and I developed this, like, I'm running around like a fucking, it's like how John Jones like crawls to his opponents in the octagon before he fights them. So Lio Rush's Blackheart thing is like, oh, I'm doing this animalistic behavior, and I'm able to do this weird, like, animal fucking furry cat crawl. He's a furry. I saw some people saying that. And I don't mind it because it's different. You know, now we don't have an explanation of why he's acting like this. So I get why people are like, what the fuck is he doing? It would be awesome if in AEW they like explain this with a storyline or some shit like that, you know, why he acts all crazy. But I'm not against him doing this because it's something different. It's something unique, and he was doing it effectively in Japan and shit. But then he came back to AEW, and how effectively, I don't know. People were sharing the clips. It's like when Gresham started doing the octopus thing. Like, that was cool. He was like having blackouts And then all of a sudden he comes to the ring and he's in an octopus mask and he's spitting ink in his hand and fucking Lord Tensaiing people and shit. Like, that was cool, dude, because he's known as just being this technical wrestler. So Lio Rush is like, dude, I can act like I can do anamorphs in the ring. I think it's kind of cool. Let's just take a look at this clip. Evens here, but so he does it against Ciampa. And again, Tone booked this because he's like, oh, Blackheart versus Blackheart. And Shotzi's going to guest referee. You knew that's what
the best guy is Tony Khan.
Right?
Perhaps that has changed something in Rush. They're still as quick as ever, even though they look and the demeanor has changed. Look at him.
Oh, he's always done that spot just without the yelling. Just without the no. So if you don't like that, then and you put Lio Rush over before, then I don't know what to tell you. So this is the part everybody, and like the way he's acting, everyone's like, why is he acting like this? And it's like he's all crazy. So that's the same move he's done he's done that move forever. So this is where people have a problem with it.
Equally, we should be a little concerned ourselves. Incoming!
But meanwhile, Bray Wyatt does like the tarantula, the fucking exorcist walk, and no one has a problem with it. So Finn Balor like crawls to the ring and no one has a problem with it. So again, I don't know if I'm standing Tony McKhan and AEW too hard right now, but like, come on, guys. Is this really? Everyone was like, what is this shit? This is garbage, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know. I don't personally think it is. He's just like a creepy little dude crawling around and flipping around and shit and being all like, I'm demonic, man. If Demon Finn Balor shows up at Mania, everyone's going to pop for it. So again, what's the difference here? We at least need, all I'll say is this. Yes, give like an inciting action. There needs to be an action that forces Lio Rush to go, I'm a crazy fucking guy now. I'm possessed now. I'm over here now. Go. So I was fucking this demon broad. And she sucked my soul out of my ass. I said, hey. There's cab fare on the counter. I throw a burger down your throat. Now get the hell out of here. Go. Hickory dickory dock. Right? So we just need a reason. A rhyme or a reason, and then I think people wouldn't shit on it as hard as they have been. Let's check in with MJF here, right? MJF spitting. Let's check in with Dynamite for a sec. He's just talking shit about how Hangman was the easiest match of his entire career, and he doesn't he didn't break a sweat and all that shit and blah, blah, blah. He's just trashing him. Bray explained his character. Leo hasn't. Exactly. That's, I think, all that people are missing. But the actual action of him like running around, people kind of went hard on that. And it's like, well, it's different though, you know? I would like an explanation too. Like at least with Julia Hart, the Black Mist from like corrupted her or whatever. We just need something like that. It would make it more palatable. And that's what people mean by there's no storylines in AEW. Right? Because whatever Lio Rush does as that Blackheart guy from here on out, it just doesn't really work because he was in Crew, and then all of a sudden he was in Top Flight, then he's in Crew, which is just evil Top Flight, and then now he's just a bad guy and Action Andretti's gone. It's like, what the fuck is going on? I'm at least gets Leo. Crew is never going anywhere. It at least gets Leo out of catering. Yeah. The Koopa Troopa jacket. You mean a dude sticking a needle up somebody's butt? Yeah, okay. He gave up his spiky Beetlejuice coat. Yeah. That's me. I'm the best guy. Yeah, he was showing Sami Zayn it too. Yeah, see, you guys know what's up. Like Danielson, if Danielson did that crawling around shit against Brock, would y'all hate on it? Or you'd be like, dude, that's like blood sport, man. You know? So Kenny Omega. And again, man, your boy Phil don't miss with some of this booking here on tonight's Dynamite. You have where is it? Where's my goddamn sounds
Just
today?
in from Phil Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
You know, Kenny, they can run the trilogy back. Kenny could potentially even get the title off of MJF. I mean, anybody could, right? It's pro wrestling. You flip a coin. Any opponent could, but I mean, Kenny, how long does he have left in him? I could see him winning the title one more. But definitely or maybe Swerve screws him out of the title. They go to the trilogy match. Either way, MJF like lining up and knocking down all of these big opponents. I hope he just stays doing this. And I hope they just keep building everyone up. Like Andrade's next in line. Swerve can come down the line after he finishes up and beats Kenny in the trilogy. They're not doing bad with this shit, man. Okay? Tone's kind of locking in a little bit. But it was obvious Kenny wouldn't lose his EVP. Like, he's going to be next in line for MJF. And I don't know if that second match is as good as the first, but the booking's at least making a bit of sense here. I just want to hear what Kenny and MJF are saying. Then we'll get into more news. So he did a "you stink" joke. What the fuck? So he said, I don't know. Kenny's just kind of whack on promos, but the devil. Okay. He's just saying his like name's the best bout machine, the god of pro wrestling. You see, I'm the god of pro wrestling. Finger bang bang, the god of pro wrestling. Damn, Kenny Omega's like, if you're the devil, then I'm the god. Someone with a sign, abolish what chance? I don't know. I kind of like the what. You know, it only happens when it should happen. When people are boring as shit. No. Oh yeah, that's right. So Omega and MJF did fight for the belt before. That's right. He's like, ooh, and boy, am I back. He says he wasn't able to beat Swerve. Swerve cheated though, so then Kenny beat him clean. So then no chance in hell. I'm watching Miami Vice. Sure, it does feel fake now. Trish Adora is part of the infantry and Shane Taylor Promotions. Damn, all these wrestlers keep getting hacked with the same fucking thing over and over again. They all keep getting hacked with this, hey, I'm going to win the podcaster co-host of the year fucking thing. Click this link to vote for me. It's like every wrestler, Missy Hyatt, Disco, Alfred Kunawa got with that. Everyone keeps getting caught with that same shit. And guys, prayers and best energies and good thoughts and whatever you do, good juju's out there for a friend of the show, JJ Alexander, who has a 54th surgery coming up. Okay, so
Wrestling's not fake.
Real best energies. We acknowledge him today.
Acknowledge me.
Oh, it's funny that Wrestle Cringe sicko came back. Everybody's like, oh, Wrestle Cringe is back on X, talking shit to everyone, and Dave is responding to him. Yes, of course, Dave Meltzer is. Of course, Dave is quote tweeting him for validation. Wrestle Cringe. Of course, he doesn't have that guy blocked, but he has everyone else fucking blocked. That's so crazy. Okay, guys, let's get into more news here as Cage and Cope do their thing. Okay, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, all that good shit. Hype the video after too. That's the new meta. Once this live is done, everybody go and use some of your free hypes on this video. We hype videos over here, so make sure you guys do. Let's get into more AEW news, guys and gals. See if we can't trigger some more sickos. What the fuck? Christian and Cage rule, dude. I don't care. I'm always going to be down with Christian and Edge. But I mean, they just take off. They come and go as they please. That's all good. They're going to have this TLC match, try and recreate some Hardy Boy shit before Edge leaves this fall. So Wrestle Cringe as Alvarez. Damn, I don't know about that. It would be funny though. But it's funny that Dave follows that guy or like responds to that guy seriously. I don't know, man. Just Wrestle Cringe. Like if they're called that and then they're the cringiest account, it's like just fucking mute that asshole. People respond to this Noah Gilbert and all these guys. They're fucking literal bot accounts, bro. They're NPCs. It's like Tony's friend sitting next to him. It's one of Tone's burners, you know? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we have more news. I just wanted to listen to Edge and Christian there. You already had one in chat, Phil Wall something. FTR plays with children. Cope and Cage play with children. You what? You fucking sickos?
You what?
Pause. The Brood should have one last ride, but with Gangrel, I'd see it. I'd check that out. Maybe if he doesn't wrestle, but he's in the corner and they just come out for like a nostalgia pop, I'm down. So, Chad, are we all cut? I think he finally left to go try and leak Phil pics on people. Who? Bring back Powerpuff Girls and we good. What? Guys, what are we talking about in this fucking chat? Okay, you what?
You what?
Now, FTR's out here cooking. So what are the sickos going to cry about the limited wrestling on this show? It's been a lot of talking and a lot of good stuff at that. I'm more enthralled by, like, I don't care about Garcia just pinning a fucking J-Brone from ROH. I am more interested in them building shit up. I've been way more locked into all of these guys talking shit on this Dynamite than anything else. Is it just me? I don't know, man. I think Tone's onto something when he focuses on stories and shit and building stuff up. Jesus Christ. Cartoon Network for me. Yeah, that's cool, dude. Cartoon Network rules. The show has been better than last week. Claimed I was making fun of 9/11 deaths. Claim he took screenshots of me doing show and was going... Yeah, this is what I mean, man. So with the Jesse Ventura shit, guys, I'm making fun of Jesse who thinks 9/11 was an inside job. Whatever. I'm not going to justify jokes. You guys get the fuck. I don't care. Sicko's going to sickos, man. But that's funny if that happened. The talking hasn't been interesting. Yeah, Dundid, do you think it hasn't been interesting? I think Kenny had a better showing than he usually does. He's not the best on the mic, but that was better than most. It was shorter and sweeter. I don't care about FTR, but Cope and Cage, I'm going to watch them. And then, what is it? Who was talking before? Who was yapping before? MJF. Yeah, he was cooking before Kenny came out as well. So anyways, let's get into AEW news. I'm getting too distracted. Forget the FTR. Fuck the Revolution. We're going to get into okay, so AEW news. Let's head back over here. Chat is so goofy with this. I have to keep going over to YouTube, and then I see there's like 100 more fucking chats than the one I'm looking at over here now. So it's annoying tonight. Sorry, guys. I know I'm a little all over the place. Let's get into the boring stuff here. AEW Double or Nothing update at Louis Armstrong Stadium, Flushing, New York. Current setup, 9,926. Tickets distributed 8,978. The total number of seats 14,000. I bet for Double or Nothing they do over 10,000, 11,000. But again, if Double or Nothing does what Revolution's doing, then that's not a fucking good thing necessarily, because now we're just whittling down and narrowing down the fan base, and all the pay-per-views do the same. People view Revolution like they do Double or Nothing. That's not good. What separates WWE from all these other feds is that when and even New Japan practices this, Wrestle Kingdom is their big fucking event of the year. WrestleMania is a big ass event. SummerSlam is a big thing. The Rumble has huge implications with a crazy stipulation that everybody's like, oh shit. Tone is just whittling it down. He'll do casino battle royals on whatever show. He'll do fucking the reverse battle royal on whatever pre-show, where everyone's outside the ring and then they get in the ring, then they get thrown out of the ring, right? He'll just do whatever, whenever, whenever we're meant to be together. Tony Khan, I'll be there and you'll be here.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Sign me to another deal, my dear. But yeah, they'll do like 10K, 11K, maybe even 12K after they fluff it up a bit. Good for them. And if the total number of seats on the map are 14,800, then this will actually be like a packed. This won't be like, well, you did 14,000 in a 22K which isn't even anything to shake a fist at either. This will be like, damn, they could get close to selling this one out. Tony might even fluff it and sell it out. If I'm him, I fucking would. Because this is supposed to be like their Mania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series type event. Well, no, not even Survivor Series, SummerSlam type event, right? It's like not WrestleMania, but it's SummerSlam. This is their SummerSlam, Double or Nothing and All In. Those are their two big events. All Out, I would say, has fallen down to like, yeah, that's like their third big event, if you want to call it that, but it's always a week after All In now. So they kind of just hurt it themselves, as Tony Khan does with everything. So moving along here in other tickets and ratings and all of that stuff, AEW presents Dynasty, April 12th in Vancouver, bud. So, like, look at this, man. The tickets distributed 6,660. The devil! It's satanic, Brian. So, FTR versus Cage and Cope for the titles. The total number of seats on the map are 17,222. The current setup is for 7,360. So, again, this is going to be an empty-ass place. You're going to get the clip of them singing Metalingus. Ooh, they do that everywhere, okay? And you're going to get a pop for Cage and Cope, not that either of them. They're from Toronto. Oh, they're from across Canada there, bud. They're from across Canada. They're not even from. They're from Toronto. They're not from BC there, bud. Oh. So, I mean, it'll be what it'll be. It's just sad that they go to Rogers and they can't fucking fill this place. If Raw pulled up, it would sell this bitch out. So, again, man, we can say everything like in California, they did like 4,000 people for a Dynamite. They come to Vancouver and they're doing like 6,000, 7,000, 6, 7, maybe 8,000 after will Tone even bother fluffing it up? I don't know, but it's not for a while yet. March, April, I mean, a few weeks away here. April 12, yeah, so kind of disappointing. And yeah, I think Cage and Cope win the titles, and then at All In or whatever, we end up getting the or Double or Nothing. One of these fucking shows, we get the TLC version of the match, and then that's where Edge and Christian lose the belts to like the Bucks, but they pass the torch, quote unquote, like the Hardys have done for the Bucks and ROH and shit, but they don't get pinned that way either, you know? And I just think it's fucked. This whole like Edge and Christian thing in AEW could have been booked way better as far as like how they were friends, the betrayal, the frenemies, the teaming up, winning tag gold. I don't think they'll hold it that long though. I think your boy Edge will be gone sooner or later. In other boring ratings and attendance news and whatnot, Slam Dunk Collision Saturday did 470,000 with a 0.10 in the key demo, and then Sunday did 616,000 with 0.12 in the demo. Now sickos are running around. This is why AEW will never get ahead, because you're not gonna pretend that fucking Jay Lethal teaming with the Lee Johnson is outdrawing Dynamites, most Dynamites and shit. Okay? You're not going to pretend like AEW drew this fucking number and this is their doing. It's because of the March Madness NCAA lead-ins and whatnot. Now, I'm not trying to diminish them or anything, but at the same time, this is why they can't get ahead. Robbie Eagles and Fletcher didn't draw 400,000 fucking people to watch the show. It's people leaving their goddamn TVs on. And on this one, that did 616,000, the Sunday night show. So Collision's been moved to Sundays and Thursdays before, and it shits the bed. Brutally. So when you only use this fucking lead-in and then you run around like it's a victory lap, people didn't sit here. This show started half an hour late because the NCAA game ran over half an hour or so. So this show comes on and there's a bunch of people with this fucking watching TBS with their TVs on, and it just automatically starts and they get into whatever fucking match. Now, if you look at the quarter hours, I bet it completely shit the bed come the end of the fucking show. And I'm not trying to shit on the Divine Dominion. I like that team. I was putting over the Leo Rush thing. Fuck the conglomeration and fuck the Mystico and Jet Speed stuff. That's all garbage. But listen, Robbie Eagles versus Fletcher. Eagles just bypasses and gets a TNT title shot before anyone. That's not drawing fucking 400K. And it's unfortunate that everybody learns from the Young Bucks. All the sickos learn from the Bucks, and they do a victory lap in a fucking empty arena in a ring after they kick CM Punk out of the company. That's what they do. They take these little false victories that aren't victories, and they just run with them. Oh my God, they're fucking crushing. No, dude, they have to maintain and build upon this. Like, I'm not about to do victory laps for TNA. Like, oh my God, it's fucking, they're slowly and steadily growing. With AEW, you just get all of these anomalies. You get pay-per-view charts with conversion rates that don't make sense. Dave Meltzer's forced to make up lies where, well, there's groups of 4 people and they all take turns buying one pay-per-view a year in AEW. That's how many fans they have, to try and explain his fucking bullshit numbers. Invisible max numbers. We get no transparency. Netflix, there's nothing but transparency. And then they clown and shit all over WWE's numbers. When in WWE news, we're going to go over what is on Raw, what the ratings do on Raw, on USA, where Raw used to be. We're going to talk about that tonight. But it's because of NCAA rollover shit. And we can't start flexing this. It's just craziness. This is when the sickos should double down on being extra humble. I'm surprised that it did this rating. Good for them. Hopefully some of the people who rolled over from NCAA March Madness will stay hooked and watch Dynamite next week. That's all we can hope for. That's how it should be played, and then the people rally behind you. And then even fucking wackos start cheering for the underdog and the little guy. But instead, it's just like this constant fucking insane glaze and just like touting ratings where like we know what this is. It's just rollover viewership. So next time they go on Sunday and there's no March Madness, but they're forced to go on a Sunday and Collision does 127,000, what's going to be the excuse? It's fucking crazy, man. So good for them. Good for them for now. This is really good for perception as well. But they have a year to build off of this type of shit until they really have to worry about Paramount. But unfortunately for them, working with Ronda Rousey for one-offs is only going to fuck them harder. And Tone fucked himself he has unprecedented resources money-wise, right? But he wants people to spend money on this, is what people got to understand. Like, yes, he has all the money in the world to keep this alive on. He'll just put it on my AEW and roll it out in America. No problem. He'll foot the bill and keep this shit on the air for as long as he can and produce shows as long as he can till he's blue in the face. Absolutely. But the problem is that Tone can't buy his way out of this one because he's trying to get people to buy in to AEW. And that's what Paramount's just not going to do. And we're going to get into that. But good for Collision, I guess. Like, take the victories where you can, man. Take them where you can, I guess. But just the way the sickos are like, it's like when fucking the Americans won in the Olympics in hockey against the Canadians. They're like, it's like, yeah, we know, guy. It's a game of puck. Oh, fucking good for you, good. Like, we're glad. Now, fucking next year, come back. Try and do it again. It's been years. America needed that one. You guys haven't won one in a long time, Fucking let's see it next year. So let's see how they do next week and the week after, and hopefully Collision does 600K and they shut all the critics the fuck up. It's all we can hope for. Hopefully all wrestling's getting hot, and I maintain all wrestling is hot again, and AEW and ROH and Nuge kind of aren't. Okay, hopefully AEW and ROH kind of turn. ROH doesn't seem to be hot at all. Hopefully AEW is getting hot again, but let's just be honest. It's the fucking lead-in. Point blank. So on Netflix, there's no fucking big lead-ins. There's no big overruns, so we might steal the first 10 minutes of the audience. There's no manipulating these numbers. There's no invisible HBO Max numbers. They're all on Front Street. So until that happens with AEW, everyone's just talking shit. And we ain't afraid of no ghosts, okay? We're not hearing this. But HBO Max, speaking of which, their schedule for April notates that AEW Spring Breakthrough Dynamite will be April 15th, and then Spring Breakthrough Collision will be on Thursday the 16th. So that'll be a Thursday show. So head-to-head with TNA. Oh, shit.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
It's war time, guys. War games. And we're going to see, what does TNA do that night? What does AEW do that night? And so Playoff Palooza will also return Saturday, April 25th on that edition of Collision. And imagine if Tone booked like his C2 around this time, and then he could play off of the Playoff Palooza and all this shit. But yeah, they're just not going up against WrestleMania on Saturday. They're going to go on Thursday instead, which is a smart move. Again, Dave Meltzer likes to spurg out and go, every time they've gone head-to-head with AEW, WWE's failed, Brian.
Dummy, yeah.
Or, the young superstar, babyface, the former heel thing. So.
And you see here that they are backing down, so it is what it is. It's just smart to do that. But even on this Thursday, if TNA beats them, if they don't do like a 400,000, man, this is what I mean. They better have been promoting the shit out of that show on that 600,000 one. And what show jumps up 300,000 viewers, then falls 300,000, then jumps up 200,000, then drops 100,000? Like, what fucking shows do that? Typically, you see like the debut for a show does really well, then it does well, or it like goes down, and then nothing does as good as the debut. Then the season premiere, it goes up again, and then, there's like certain trends you can follow. For AEW, it's just all over the place, and especially for Collision. And that's why what we can point to and go, no, it's not like 600,000 tuned into this shit. Fuck's sakes. Just be humble about it, bitch. Be humble. Sit down, right? Just do that, and then people will get behind it. And that was the thing, too. Tone, in the beginning of AEW, was the humble billionaire guy. Now, I know that sounds weird. Humble billionaire with Super Yacht Kismet. What the fuck you talking about, Phil? I get that. But he was like the billionaire where we're like, oh, man, I bet this dude smokes weed and just watches wrestling and is one of us, I bet he's like a chill dude who just is one of us and shit, Finally, some fucking billionaire's kid who listens to Jim Cornette is going to book some fucking wrestling and put people in place to book some good shit. No, he just wanted control. It's just his fantasy E-Fed, and it's like, oh, fuck. He's a message board. He's a Dave message board sicko. So it's cooked. And hopefully, again, they can turn shit around, and they're backing down from WrestleMania. AEW Dynamite tonight, which we're watching from St. Paul, Minnesota, where Jesse Ventura surely in attendance. They distributed 3,500. I mean, bang, bang, dude. Set up 3,800. What does the building hold? 4,900. So yeah, and this crowd's been good. They've been pretty hot. They've gotten some good camera angles, I guess. There's like 1,000 or 2,000 seats empty. Maybe they filled some of them last minute, but good on them. They should always run these smaller buildings. I give TNA shit for running bigger buildings for the pay-per-views, and whenever AEW does it, I'll give everybody shit. Run the smaller buildings. If these fucking superstars need their own dressing rooms and bus parking and all this shit, tell them to start drawing you some more fucking money and drawing bigger houses, or start booking better. Step out of the fucking way and start booking them better and shit, What else do we got? What's chat saying here? What's chat saying? Yeah. 613 for 2 says Tony thinks booking the same talent is ratings. Well, you know what they say, who the best guy is, buddy.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Let's see here. I'm going to pull up this other chat just to make sure I can see what everyone's fucking saying. I don't know what that is. Tony will never have the patience to book. Ain't got time to bleed. Triple Cup Tone. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Chat. Shout out chat, man. You guys fucking rule. Evolve was good. Shout out chat. Round of applause. Let me give a big round of applause to the PWT universe. Fucking love it. Love you guys. And the people we've triggered this evening. So let's continue along here. So Tony Storm, here's some Dave Meltzer, everybody. Let's get some flutes in the chat. And I'm not saying anything of this shit is even dumb, but we're just going to call it Dave Meltzer dumb moment of this show. Because Dave Meltzer gives us some updates on Tony Storm and Mina Shirakawa.
For, you know, the young superstar, you know, babyface, you know, that former heel thing.
So according to the Wrestling Observer Radio, it appears Tony Storm is not going to be wrestling for a long, long time, Brian. And this was something that AEW found out only on Wednesday. It was not an injury or anything like that, Brian. At Dynamite, Tony was there. She was set up to wrestle in her match, and they had to do the emergency mystery attacker angle to take her out and put Mina Shirakawa in. Yeah, and then she's going to get beat by Tekla, I think. So Dave Meltzer talks about Bandito's visa issues. Bandito does have a visa issue and is missing some non-AEW appearances. President Trump in January granted a number of sports leagues exemption from needing visas for its performers to come into the country. Listen to how Dave talks. AEW over UFC and WWE. Like what? So they were all on the list. So that would seem to mean he would be okay to work in AEW. We do know, even if there is an issue, that athletes and entertainers can perform in Canada without visas and with TVs in Edmonton and Winnipeg and the pay-per-view in Vancouver. If they want him on those shows, he would be able to do there, Brian. So yeah, that's crazy. Canada doesn't require visas. If you had a DUI, they don't let you in. You cannot get in or out of the fucking country. So it's pretty crazy how that works. Just saying, as a Canadian. And so, yeah, Bandito with some visa issues in the U.S. there. Makes sense why his booking's kind of wonky. Crazy that Dave lists AEW above UFC and WWE. But I guess to give Dave the benefit of the doubt, he was talking about AEW in the first place with Bandito. That is an AEW wrestler. So we talked about Thunder Rosa earlier, and she commented on how AEW is an interesting place for her right now. And we talked about the wrestlers who've been begging to get back on TV. Here's Thunder Rosa's take on all of that.
AEW is your home.
Yes.
That is, you know, it's a very special place, right?
It's a very interesting place.
It's an interesting place. Okay.
Very interesting.
Fair. Why is it so interesting?
Because it was for the longest we were the alternative.
Mm-hmm.
We're no longer the alternative. We're here.
Mm-hmm.
We've been here for 6 years. And the stuff that we have been able to accomplish, and I am very proud, and I've always been very proud of this. I was part of like one of the biggest changes in mainstream wrestling was having one of the most compelling and brutal matches that people in mainstream media have seen. And this happened during the pandemic in front of no people or just our peers. It was a lights out match.
Mm-hmm.
It was between Britt Baker, Dr. Britt Baker and me. And we won the match of the year during that year, which
Shout
is
out
huge...
the cruise show, Real 92.333 FM.
huge deal for professional wrestlers. And it was the first time that they saw 2 women bleed on TV, and we had an extreme match. There was like ladders, chairs, thumbtacks, you name it. It was brutal. And I remember the time that happened. I wasn't even signed for the company. I was working for NWA, so I was a lone person there. So I remember Britt was telling me like, we gotta make sure that this like goes great and we don't mess up or whatever. She said something else, and I'm just thinking like, girl, I know you're doing it for, the clout. I'm doing it because like people don't understand that this is not only gonna change my life, but this is gonna change a lot of like morenitas and like, brown people's life. Like,
because we don't bigger than the match, right?
And not only that, like, I mean, I can talk about this forever. Like how they pay us is different than how they pay some other people as women of color too. So at the time, like I wasn't working with them and they took care of me, but I knew that this was going to be a big deal. It's going to change my life, my finances, and possibly like the finance for the women like me. But it's like, you have to eat, crow for other people to like not eat crow. So it was like,
wow.
Are there any other luchadoras signed? Like, what about like Persephone? I guess maybe when she gets signed, if that's what Thunder's alluding to here, like, I'm trying to think. And I don't even know if Thunder would consider herself a luchadora, maybe.
That was in my mind. I was like, I cannot mess up on this one because if I do,
what qualifies you? Is it just you're a wrestler? What's that guy's name? Elio Fleury or whatever the fuck his name is that guy a lucha, even though he's like, what is he, like a French dude or some shit? Wears a mask, I don't know. Elio Lafleur or whatever the fuck, is that guy considered a lucha? Like, I'm curious, what is the exact, just you're a Mexican wrestler, just wrestling is lucha on Mexico, right? Like that's what it's got to be. Either way, we move along here. So tomorrow night at midnight, 2 hours after Dynamite. So this is today. Time Cop. All Elite Wrestling, the new wave, will be on all DSPs. Darkside Phil. 18 new and recent entrance themes to add to your playlist. And it's funny because when I do this show, I'm always like, oh, it's the new wave, like the new wave of YouTube, of pro wrestling YouTube. And then they call this AEW the new wave. It's funny, but AEW Music posts the track list. 1, My Shadow Knows 2.0 featuring Just Joe. That's Ciampa's theme. Nothing But Stars featuring Threads. X Threads. Blood and Fire featuring Lexley Nirvana. Ready, Set, Go featuring Victor Perry. Whatever. I'm not going to fucking read all these, but there's like a bunch of songs on here. Do you guys remember like the old Ruthless Aggression albums or whatever that WWF would do? WWF Attitude. So moving along here. So, shout out Alfred Kunawa, friend of the show, at This Is Nasty, at Pro Wrestling Bits on YouTube. He compiled a list of all of the most disgusting promotional tactics of AEW in 2026 thus far. Okay. Now, we're going to talk about Ronda Rousey, and that may have been a disgusting promotional tactic because she admits that she just showed up to take a shot at TKO in WWE. Now, if somebody showed up in WWE who was connected to Tone, showed up to just take a shot at AEW and all of these motherfuckers, Dave would melt the fuck down and be like, it's disgusting, Brian.
Meltzer Inferno.
And we talk about this all the time. Like, Tone will go and get crowds to chant pay-per-view, pay-per-view. Tone will brag about, we did another $1 million gate. It's great. He will brag about, we're signing more wrestlers than ever. He'll brag about all this shit. And they never get voted for most disgusting promotional tactic in the Wrestling Observer Awards. However, when Triple H talks about record-selling gates, the crowd cheered for record-selling gates. That's capitalism. you know, Dave Meltzer and them are just like, why are they cheering capitalism? But meanwhile, when it's Tone, nobody gives a fuck, and they just give him a pass, and he's allowed to start pay-per-view chants. He's allowed to brag about $1 Million Gates and all this shit. But when WWE does it, they get voted most disgusting promotional tactic, or they're at least on the list, right? When AEW does similar shit, like have Ronda Rousey come in just to take shots, it don't fucking matter to anybody. Nobody cares. So, well, it does matter because people are pointing it out, but Dave Meltzer and them, when we say nobody, we're pulling a Dave where he goes, everybody. We're just talking about the sickos here and speaking in general here. Meltzer and these fools, they don't fucking vote at it as most disgusting shit. So here's a list of things Tone has done before we get into the Ronda and the Tone cringe. AEW's most disgusting promotional tactics of 2026 so far. Will Ospreay collaborating with Paul Robinson despite allegations against Robinson stemming from the speaking out movement. So again, the sickos, they will melt down when Rob Feinstein's in a picture with Drew McIntyre. They don't give a fuck when, you know, Hangman and Marty Scurll are in pictures, or Ospreay's bragging about the show he did for Wrestling Eve with Paul Robinson and this shit, right? So, number 2, Hangman Adam Page's association with Marty Scurll despite allegations against Robinson stemming from the speaking out movement, which I think is a fucking typo because he meant to say Marty Scurll there. AEW working now, in fairness, those weren't, they didn't like promote. They didn't use those to promote. AEW working with Ronda Rousey after her comments about Sandy Hook. Oh no, is Ronda a fucking Sandy Hook person? Oh God. See, this is what I'm saying. And for whatever people were in chat, like fucking getting triggered by me roasting Jesse Ventura, right? It's like, seriously, dude. Is Ronda one of those fucking, I don't know. I never knew that. So that's crazy if true, but like, fuck, man. That's cooked, buddy. Ronda's cooked if that's like a thing, if she's on that wagon. But that's such an old fucking thing too. Is that like from back in the day, like before she worked in the Fed too? Or is that like a recently bringing it up? Like, oh God. Oh no. And like, here's the thing. That forget that. Let's make it about WWE versus AEW, or what qualifies a disgusting promotional tactic. Dave has melted down and conspiracy theorized that they've taken shots at AEW in the past, and they have by like showing the hard cam side and stuff. Punk has done it by taking the victory lap. Like in his first year back in WWE, he'd get in the ring and do the victory lap with his arms up like the Bucks would do. It's clearly taking jabs. So Ronda coming in and then just admitting, which we're about to talk about, that's why I kicked your leg from your leg, Brett. You know, if somebody did that to AEW, if like Danhausen came out and he was just flat out taking shots at Tone, Dave would melt down. Or if there was like a big name, Shaquille O'Neal came out and started taking shots at Tone and shit, and he was affiliated with them first. I guess Shaq was affiliated with WWE. There's really no, it's like if Big Boom AJ, I guess, or like Marina Shafir showed up. I don't know what a good comparison is, but if someone showed up and just started taking shots at Tone, Dave would melt down about that. That'd be a disgusting promotional tactic, using TV time to take shots at the overall company that Tone tried to buy WWE with or whatever. Tony Khan talking about a sellout crowd and bragging about the live gate for Revolution. Boom, 1-1. So that's what Triple H got nominated for. That's what the best guy should be nominated for.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Ricochet's Twitter activity and telling a fan he's glad they got MS. Now that one qualifies because he said he was being a fucking heel. So that's to what? Promote the match so that you hope you get heel heat. You hope you talk enough shit so that someone shows up to the show and people want to riot and see you get punched in the face, right? Like that's the whole point of healing. To work marks into giving you money. Generate heat, enough heat to where you work marks into giving you fucking money to see you get punched in the face, or, you know, and then maybe you beat the good guy to draw him in again, and then you eventually get your comeuppance. Like that's the whole point of healing, right? So that is a promotional tactic. AEW media going radio silent during major AEW controversies and scandals to avoid giving AEW bad press. Facts. We've seen Tony Khan co-opt the dirt sheet media. So Tony Khan's fake press conference featuring fake AEW media on the Go Home Dynamite for AEW Revolution. I don't know if that's disgusting. That was just like really bad, cheesy.
The best
booking.
guys, Tony
That was
Khan.
shitty, that was just really shitty shit. Tony Khan bragging that fans spend more on AEW than any other sport. Again,
Poor people don't like AEW.
they fucking tout, we have the cheapest ticket prices. And Dave says poor people don't like
Poor
AEW.
people
Here's
don't like AEW.
And we have the cheapest tickets, and we're the family show. Everybody check us out. Meanwhile, the fans are spending objectively more money on WWE merch. Merch sales dwarf AEW's merch sales. Fucking ticket prices and the sellouts they do for Raws, SmackDowns, all the PLEs dwarf AEW's. Just objectively what we can look at. Science proves that. Math proves that. Math is a wonderful thing, right? Math and science proves that. So when they say, oh yeah, they spend more money on anything, it's invisible pay-per-view numbers that we can't see. So nobody believes that. And I don't think people spend more money on AEW than they do NFL and shit. Either. Now maybe someone could pwn me with that. But when it comes to WWE, there's no way. There's absolutely no fucking way that's even true. So Tone bragging about that is hilarious. The ultra-violent AEW Revolution main event, despite Tony Khan and his wrestlers claiming AEW is a family-friendly product. Yeah, I would say using the Rizzler and then like claiming you're a family-friendly product, I would say those are disgusting promotional tactics, literally, because it's for the sickos. Like, this is just like not even a joke. This is not even saying anything. This isn't even a hot take. It's for the sickos, right? So it's just what it is, man. You just got to be honest about that. So we move along here, and this promotion tactic that I called out immediately. And I tweeted this out, or we covered it on the other show. I just said, look, man, Tone working with Ronda Rousey is only going to backfire in the long run because she's taking shots at TKO and shit. Okay. Now, Dave was like, oh, it was just for her vendetta. And I kind of went off on Dave. I'm like, it's not. Listen, it's not even like she has this personal gripe. She's just trying to hype up her show. But this is more for Tone's vendetta. And I was proven right again. And why? Because Ronda was filmed backstage going, this was a fuck you to TKO, and I just did this as kind of like a fuck you to them, and it was a fun thing. So there's no match planned. There was nothing planned with Toni Storm. They may have known about Toni Storm going away before, and they teased it with her, knowing that Ronda couldn't have a match with her because Tone's just a fucking terrible booker, and that's terrible fucking booking.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
But Ronda's not fighting at All In or anything like that. She's not risking getting injured at Dynasty, or when is her fight? May 16 or whatever the fuck. So she's not risking getting hurt in any of these fucking matches for AEW or any of this shit. She's not risking any of that. She showed up to promote her fight, and she's on Netflix. And yes, it's like a fuck you to TKO. Now, Dave tried to be like, it's Ronda's vendetta against TKO. It's not even a fucking vendetta, man. She's just hyping up her fight. And this is how you know she doesn't give a fuck either, because she's one and done. Her and Gina are one and done on Netflix. Most of the fighters on that fucking Netflix card are not going to continue to fight for Netflix MVP MMA. Most of them. The majority of them are not going to. They even were talking about it at the press conference. We go and do what we want, when we want, blah, blah, blah. Ngannou's older. Ronda said at the press conference, this is her fucking last one. She promised her husband and everyone this is her last one. Gina's likely, this is her first fight in almost fucking 20 years. 2 decades. She ain't fighting again, man. This is to get her a fucking foot back in the door with Netflix, do a big number, and then they offer her a fucking movie. Now that Disney and Hollywood decided not to cancel her. So that's what this is. And for Ronda, it was literally self-serving. And for Tone, it's self-serving because there's no payoff. It's just Ronda points. She hugs Marina Shafir. Tony's gone. They walk off. There's no payoff at All In or anything like that. And Tone knew this, and he did this because of his vendetta towards WWE. Now, I explained this earlier. Ronda doesn't have a personal gripe with Dana White. Dana's so hands-off with the UFC, and that's what this whole thing has exposed. He's so hands-off with the UFC that she doesn't give a fuck. She'll take shots at the UFC because she did business with Dana. She doesn't do business with Hunter Campbell and them. It's not personal with Hunter Campbell. She doesn't fucking know him. She doesn't know Sean Shelby and all these fucking guys. She might know Ari Emanuel and shit, but she's from the last era where it's like, it's not personal. She's just taking jabs to promote her fucking fight. And she even said Dana White inspired her to do that. Dana White in private probably encourages her to do that. Dana White is nothing anymore in UFC. He just gets paid a shitload and keeps extending his contract because he's the face that runs the place. He doesn't do the booking. He doesn't give a fuck about the TKO board and all this shit. He's just doing Zuffa boxing. And he will just vote with what his friends vote on. Okay, that's what it is. When they need to do a move, Dana's in place. Him and Trips will get on the same page. Ari Emanuel, they're all best friends. Ellison's best friends with them. He's Ari Emanuel's Ellison's fucking advisor. CBS, Paramount, all that shit. Tone's taking shots at these people. The Harvey Weinstein Company, calling John Cena and The Undertaker, Undertaker's probably friends with all these people. They probably have all sat down with John Cena, had a big fucking dinner, and talked about how they are going to, in the future, keep him around and he's going to have a role in WWE forever and all this fucking shit. And he already is promoting shit for WWE. We have that in WWE news. Like, they're all friends. And Tone took shots at them personally. Okay? Bald assholes, Harvey Weinsteins, all of this shit. He's taking shots at them personally. Okay? John Cena doesn't draw. This is the first time Undertaker never got 1 million viewers going head to head with Dynamite since whatever. We're going to kick their ass, tell that to their lawyers and all this shit. Who do you think their fucking lawyers are and work with and lawyer for? Tone. So he offended them personally. Now he brings Ronda in because of his personal rivalry. And she comes in with a business rivalry, totally separate from the personal stuff. Now you're attacking them from all angles and attacking their fucking business, Tone. What are you, some kind of asshole? Like, what do you think is going to happen now? Now you're fucking just really going to piss the Ellisons and all this shit off, dude. And all these people off, dude. You're going to piss off fucking all of these fucking people, man. And even if they're not pissed off personally, but with their business, now Tone's attacking them on every level now, the business side too, because they were slapping him around business-wise. So to bring Ronda in, and I think it's a good move if there's a payoff. Now, if Tone turns around and gets her for a match at All In, or some shit, or after her fight, he gets her. Because after her fight, she's going to go right off into the sunset with her tens of millions of dollars, and she's not going to want to fight anytime soon or do a wrestling match where she's bumping around anytime soon. She's not going to want to do that. Okay? So you got to really think about this, Tone. Unless there's a payoff, you know, there's no point in doing this. It's just a personal vendetta jab, which is a jab at their fucking business, at UFC on Paramount's business. That's what the fuck Ronda's been going at. She hasn't been going, oh, like Dana White, whatever. She's calling it out TKO. She's friends with Dana White. It's not personal for her. For her, it's fuck Paramount and UFC on Paramount, and Netflix is going to do a bigger, badder thing. And I know we're on Netflix, so it's kind of funny. That's what she says. Tone just book himself into a corner, thinking that he's fucking doing something, making a move, thinking that he's cooking, thinking that he's like taking jabs at the right people. This show's going to end up on my AEW. It really is. It really fucking is. And Paramount's not going to want to deal with this shit, and their friends are going to tell them, hey, we don't want AEW around. Fuck them. They fuck with us. They're idiots. Look at this garbage they do. Like they've been calling us bald assholes and grapists and shit, Harvey Weinsteins and all this shit. Like, fuck these guys. Ronda went over there and took shots at us. Their White House card, or our White House card, got less views on Paramount than their fucking shitty Netflix card did. That's what they would say. I'm not calling it shitty. But but Netflix has it's in so many homes, it'll probably outdraw, like it'll do more eyeballs than like that. Those reports are going to come out. It's going to be fucking crazy when that happens, dude. Ronda's going to do some fucking numbers. And Ronda transcends. Like, people's mums know about Ronda and shit. So they don't give a fuck about, oh, who's the best in the world? Like, those are the people who are going to tune in on, it's free on Netflix. I'll put this fight on. That's who's going to tune in to watch that shit, right? So, anyways, though, we're going to get into Ronda's comments. But yeah, Tone doesn't understand that Ronda's taking a direct jab at Paramount UFC. They're not going to want to fuck with Tone. And as I said before, Dana's there to what? Vote in favor of whatever the fuck they need him to vote in favor for. Well, he collects a big check. Okay, that's what a bunch of these guys, you think he's best friends with Ari, you think the guy who Ari Emanuel advises is not going to advise, hey, yeah, don't fuck with these guys. They're taking shots at us in UFC and whatever. They went on this AEW show to fucking trash us before where we got embarrassed by the White House guard. Let's say, like, worst case or whatever. They're just not going to fuck with Tone, and he doesn't realize it. And he doesn't realize the people who are in power positions. And also, the rumor is Paramount's not going to fuck with the NFL. Like, they're getting rid of these, like, more expensive fucking things. We covered it on the last show, and NFL is in the real, not Dave Meltzer fake journalism world, real sports journalists, Patrick Mahomes, Brian, real fucking sports journos.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
And entertainment journos are talking about how the NFL might get ditched when the rights come up right away too, or whatever the fuck. Meanwhile, Dave is sitting there going, oh, the Jacksonville Jaguars are worth more to Paramount or the UFC as a fucking whole. And it's like, come on, dude, you're glazing way too hard. Like, that's, and then also, just apart from all of this shit, they might not even be fucking with the NFL anymore. So what are you talking about, Dave? Like, Dave is just fried in the fucking brain. So, according to Mike Johnson, PW Insider Elite, Ronda Rousey is not expected back in AEW anytime soon. Proving me right. This was a fucking botch, man. Her appearance at Revolution was, as of now, just a one-off designed to promote her MMA return and appear in support of Marina Shafir. Since Revolution was local for Rousey, see, it was local. She just pulled up. And in the same market as her fight against Gina, it was just a moment where it made sense for all involved since all the constellations were aligned. Tone has zero plan. So then that would have fucked around. Like, let's say Tony Storm was still there. It just fucks her over. And then Dave's out there, and we should have known too, because Dave was out there immediately doing media work and sweeping. Well, you know, she's not going to be back, Brian. It was just a one-off. And Brian's like, Dave, Brian Cutie Pie Bri is like, well, Dave, you know that it should build to a match, or else that's fucking stupid. Why else would they have done this? And Dave's like, no, well, it's not. Trying to put it over still. We should have known. Dave knew. Tone told him it was just a fucking one-off. So it's just so cooked. And then we have video footage of Ronda, like, explaining what her vocation was in all of this. And Ronda Rousey addresses her Revolution appearance, calls it a bit of a fuck you to TKO. So let's listen to these clips here. Here's Ronda saying it. And again, this is her going into business for herself and Tone going into business for himself. And this shit's going to end up on Amazon Prime and my AEW. And then it will just fall into obscurity because nobody's going to believe the numbers ever. Nobody's going to ever believe how are they going to lie and say, oh, they're doing raw numbers?
And it's kind of a cool little bit of a fuck you to the TKO group, which is kind of funny because WWE is on Netflix, but I kind of figured it'd be easier to ask for forgiveness instead of permission on this one. Like, I'm promoting your show. It's fine. We didn't advertise it. It's not like we boosted the ratings of it, so it should be fine. And it's kind of a cool.
So let's just, okay, one more time. A cool little fuck you. What was this last one?
Easier to ask for forgiveness instead of permission on this one.
And so do you see, like, why is she saying it's easier to ask for forgiveness? This is why. Because Dana's going to text her. Maybe Ari Emanuel. I'm not discounting she doesn't know people like at TKO. And again, she's friendly with Triple H, and then she'll never bury Triple H and shit. But Ronda's doing this to promote her fucking fight. And her vendetta is not a personal vendetta. Dave tried to say it's her vendetta, but she's like, it's kind of a little, but it's better to ask for forgiveness. And it is. It's the old wrestling mantra. But, guys, do you see this? This isn't I'm vendetta driven. Fuck TKO. That's not what she's saying. She's like, I'm going to have to fucking apologize to a few of my friends after this, but it's the move for me right now. And Tone was all in on it because of his personal vendetta. Meanwhile, Ronda's here like, it's just a business move. But how are Paramount, TKO, WWE, how are they all going to view this? How are they all going to view this? Okay, that asshole takes personal jabs at us. And now they're taking business jabs with Ronda. Fuck these guys, hit the nuke. That's all that's going to happen, and Tone's too stupid to realize it, man. Ronda's friends with these people, dude.
Like, I'm promoting your show. It's fine. We didn't advertise it. It's not like we boosted the ratings of it.
She dealt with Dana. And then, listen, it's not like we boosted the ratings. Hold on. Did she just felt AEW?
Like, I'm promoting your show. It's fine. We didn't advertise it. It's not like we boosted the ratings.
Oh, my God, dude. Just fucking buries the TV ratings.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
It's not like we boosted the ratings. And I know it was on pay-per-view, but even she's like, well, it's AEW. It's not like we really did anything.
Sometimes in life,
for
you
them.
gotta be a hoe.
She doesn't give a fuck, guys. Like, she would have showed up at Power Slap if it meant taking a. She doesn't give a motherfuck, you know?
Of it, so it should be fine.
Oh, God, man. I didn't even hear that part, dude. That is crazy. So she's just like, it's not like it helped him at all, so fuck him. That's literally what she just said, and Tone doesn't realize how he's a money mark. This is what a money mark does. I bet he paid her a little bit for this appearance, too. No, Ronda, I insist. For your time. You know what I mean, dude? Like, this is what Tone's just his personal vendetta. And it just hurts him. She doesn't even care. Yeah, it's not like it helped the fucking ratings or the pay-per-view buys or anything. She didn't even realize she wasn't on Dynamite. She thought she was on Collision or something. It's too funny, man. Oh, God. So, yeah, Ronda, she just was like, I never expected, or I've never been to an AEW pay-per-view, so I don't really know what to expect, but I'm thinking a less restrictive, more adult version of WWE with the Rizzler there. I don't know if you know, but the Rizzler was there, Ronda, which sounds like a good time. Those are all very good descriptions, I feel. So she's been told, look, it's like WWE, but like there's way less people, and like the owner's going to want to hug you a bunch of times. And like, it's less restrictive, man. You can do what you want, man. And it's more adult. It's more mature. The Rizzler's here, but just ignore him. In fact, stay away from that area. That's the kids area over there. Like, it's just craziness. And then she's just like, yeah, the fucking, we didn't do shit. We didn't do anything to boost ratings or anything. And she says she asked Marina, and I was like, hey, are you going to be doing any shows while I'm on the way up to the fight so that maybe I could do a run-in or something to help you out, put over the fight? She was like, actually, I'm going to be at Staples doing my first pay-per-view match. So there you go. Like, I'm promoting your show. It's fine. We didn't advertise. It's not like we boosted the ratings, so it should be fine. Do you guys see this? Dave Meltzer just gets felted. Floats in the fucking chat. It's not even his show, and he's getting owned. It was Ronda's vendetta against TKO, Brian. Meanwhile, she's literally like, no, it should be fine with all my homies who rock with TKO that I'm just pulling a Dana White. Because Dana White wouldn't bow to the masters, He fucking walked right into Pride and was like, we'll fight your best. He walked right into Pride FC and was like, we'll just fight all your best guys. So Ronda is like, yo, all my homies rock with TKO, and They shouldn't be mad. It's not like we helped them out or anything by advertising. I'd be there. Do you guys see who she fucking is loyal to as well? But she's got to promote her one last fight, so she don't give a fuck. I wouldn't be shocked if every fighter on that card, well, they're not testing for steroids, let's be honest, but would you be shocked if every fighter on those cards popped, on that MVP card popped? Like, you know, I wouldn't be shocked. If I was her, I'd get juice to the gills to fucking win too. And then you to ensure a win, and it's your last one, so who gives a fuck? That's what Brock Lesnar did, right? No, I'm joking.
My misery.
It's just crazy. It's just crazy that this all is just admitted, and Dave just gets owned by trying to control the narrative and lie on behalf of Tone. It's all the sweeping we expose here that I love at PWT every goddamn week. Let me check in here. I see I got another super chat. 613 for 2 says Tony needs AEW talent on the fight on Netflix. Who would fight? Bobby Lashley? That'd be cool. That would actually be cool if they booked him. Bobby Lashley had an impressive MMA record, but he said he's done doing that, and they could have had Jake Hager do that, but he's like, fuck Tony Khan. He can't stand Tone. So I don't know if that's the move either. Obviously Jake doesn't fight, but like Marina Shafir, you know, but they're doing pro wrestling shit. So I mean, Ronda's their best bet, but she, again, like, it's just Tone's personal vendetta with no payoff. So it's going to blow up in his face. Like, what's the point of doing it with no payoff for him? And then no advertisement for him. Right? As she wears a Roddy jacket. Yeah, well, it's a rowdy Ronda Roddy jacket, you know. Ronda and AEW would be hilarious with Tony's booking. Flutes are in the chat. You need a little pop-up gif of Kyrie playing the flute. I should get that. That's a good idea. I would love to see Carano starch Ronda just to see the internet meltdown. Guys, should I do a fucking should I do like, I've been thinking about doing like a shorter, like even if I'm talking, if it's a 30-minute, if there's like no news, but just like a weekly or bi-weekly quick like MMA show instead of talking so much MMA on PWT. I was thinking about maybe doing that. Where we talk like MMA and boxing and whatnot. Might be like a 30-minute fucking show every week. But yeah, because I would love to give my breakdown of what I think is going to happen in that fight. Jey Uso and Jacob Fatu we're at opening day. Yep, we're going to get into WWE news, guys. If you guys are just tuning in, shout out to PWT Universe. We had about 200 watching. X isn't really popping. I'm seeing like other people's X streams, Denise Salcedo and shit, and she don't have as many viewers as usual. And my own, I was checking as well while I've been on the air, and I wonder what's going on. Is there like a sports ball on? No, I hate when people do that. Yay, sports. It's like, man, shut the fuck up. Give me my bread and television, you know? MVP is booked by Jake Paul, and Logan Paul is in WWE and will likely be on the MVP show. The Death Riders theme on Netflix is going to cook. She's not going to come out to the Death Riders theme. Guys, she's going to come out to, I don't give a damn about my bad reputation. That's what she always has come out to, okay? So she will not come out to Death Riders theme. Fucking sickos. The White House card might not do big numbers of people who aren't MMA fans, just political junkies. Or might do big numbers. It's buddy, it's just going to do big numbers. And shout out all you guys in fucking chat. It's going to do big numbers because it's a fucking fight on Netflix. Okay? That's just, it's going to do big numbers. So political junkies, sure, but no one cares about that. Like, political junkies aren't going to tune into the White House card. Like, yes, it's a monumental event, but just the amount of people that are on Netflix compared to Paramount fucking Plus or whatever, it's like night and day. So I just, I don't know about all that. So an MMA show would be great. Yeah, I think I might just do that once a week. I'm going to start doing a fucking quick MMA or like once bi-weekly because MMA news sometimes it just dulls out and there's like nothing really. It's like, oh, people missed weight and shit. It's like I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of all that, but it's an exciting time though. People are talking about competition, all that. So let's make fun of Tone a little bit. When everyone else is too scared to call out the bullshit because they want to go to a media scrum or go backstage to meet their favorite AEW wrestler, I'll always be there. So this is based CLC on X. He posted this, and here's Tony Khan being cringe at Maximum Carnage. So I don't know if we watch this one. It'll be funny regardless.
We are about to have a great time. Tulsa, are you ready for Dynamite? Is there anybody that's been to AEW before? Anybody here for their first time ever? You sound great. You're an awesome crowd. We're gonna have an awesome time. Justin, I think we're ready to go live right about now. We're going live in 40 seconds. Let's get ready. I cannot wait. Justin, I have an idea. This is such a great crowd. They're making so much great.
Everything's great. He said great 400 fucking times. This is great. It's such a great crowd. I have 40 seconds, so let me talk for 37 more seconds. Fuck being.
Noise. They sound so good. I'm going to cut the show open. Let's open with them. You want to do the show open? Let's go Tulsa. Let's go Tulsa. Let's go. Khan has made it official.
Tony Khan's made it official, and I got to get the fuck out of here. We're counting down. Tone, you son of a bitch. Why didn't you get out of here sooner? So here we go. Here was Tone doing the live again. It's a classic PWT Tone watch. Tony Khan wild. And he's back with a live, man. He hasn't done one in a while. This one's only 5 minutes, so keeping it tighter. He did like a 2-minute 31 like a fucking couple months ago at this point, it feels like. But Tone is outside. Like, again, he's always in like a school locker room or like showing off an elementary school painting he did when he was a kid, or he's on his bedroom in the fucking on the Super Yacht Kismet. And here he's like outside of a public school or something, it looks like, with this brick wall. And let's take a look again with the bad production. He only does the 1 cup. I truly believe that Tone knows about double or triple cup Tone. He has to, because it's too funny. And he just does the 1 cup, but you do see him double cup at the pressers and stuff because he's having multiple drinks. Some people are like, well, Phil, you know that the microphone is in that cup, right? And it's like, okay, maybe that's the case. I believe it. But typically, too, the last time he was holding it with his left hand, and then it slowly like worked his way across his body. Let's see if he does the same thing here. He looks disheveled. He looks like he just quickly got ready. And as I've pointed out in the past, Tone does these lives mostly. So like the past handful of Dynamites have been kind of booked out in advance, and they've been better shows, I would say. Overall, you know, they're not knocking them out of the park, but they've been doing a little bit better. Tonight was okay. It was an okay Dynamite. It wasn't the best thing. Wasn't the best thing from the best guy. But this Dynamite seemed to be like last minute. They kind of let us know a few matches, and then Tone quickly, like when he doesn't have things announced, he quickly will do a live and shit right before the show. And he's all disheveled. He's tired in his hotel. He just woke up, texted it to Dave. Dave was like, yeah, this looks great. Tone. And then Tony, you know, runs to the nearest like public school or whatever, and then cuts one of these videos. Yeah, I mean, the lighting, the camera, all of this shit. It's funny the way they shoot him. There's so much space between the top of his head. They could really just do it shoulder height. He has all this money. You think he'd have just like a camera guy follow him around with like an actually good camera, like every rich guy does. Like Ronda Rousey was doing. Who was filming her shit? It looked way better, dude. Tone should just get a vlogger if this is what he's going to do. And I don't know, man. He needs to figure out how to get these down to a minute or two. Let's take a look and a listen.
3, 2.
Oh, they're counting them down.
It's great to see you. Happy Wednesday. I'm so excited. We're minutes away.
Fool's Countdown.
From Wednesday Night Dynamite. We're going live at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. It's just minutes from now. We're live here in Minneapolis.
Why would you say that if it's just minutes from now? Like, who's quickly tuning in? Oh, shit, it's minutes from right now? I need to tune in quickly. They know already, buddy.
Minnesota, and it's going to be a great Dynamite.
Minnesota.
You can watch it on TBS, the Superstation, or on HBO Max. And we have a huge lineup tonight, including a Women's World Championship match. I'm so excited to see Mina Shirakawa versus Tekla. They've had a great rivalry all over the world, and now they're bringing it to Wednesday Night Dynamite. And there's an extra personal element now, in addition to this being a high-stakes World Championship match. Some very strong words that the Toxic Spider Tekla had about Timeless Toni Storm and the unfortunate attack on the Timeless One. We're all very concerned for Toni Storm and looking forward to whenever she can return to AEW from her injuries. But I do know that Mina Shirakawa took exception.
The problem too with like, Toni Storm's laid out in the back and there's glass broken. She got hit in the head with a vase like a Scooby-Doo villain, right? Of us. Here's the problem with that. We just watch these wrestlers, like, and even the lady wrestlers do these hardcore crazy match. Like we saw a motherfucker get stabbed with a needle, dragged across glass, through the table, just gushing blood, drowned in a fishbowl, on the cinder block, like exploding, barbed wired wrapped super boot to the fucking face exploding. We saw that like 3 years ago in AEW. And that wasn't the grand finale. Like, okay, we're done doing shows now. That's about all you can do is explode a guy's head with a barbed wire wrapped thumbtack super exploding fucking boot, for fuck's sakes. So again, no one like, oh, she's out for a long time. Okay, is there a mystery, or was it Tekla who took her out? And why is Mina just, I'm fighting on behalf of Toni Storm, everyone who talks shit about her. So now Mina's whole shit, because you got nothing compelling for her, is that she just feuds everyone who doesn't like Toni Storm? Okay.
To what Tekla said. And after a great win last week on Wednesday Night Dynamite for Mina Shirakawa versus Marina Shafir, I think Mina Shirakawa is coming in with a lot of momentum, and that's going to be a great world title match. Mina versus Tekla, the Toxic Spider, tonight. Also, I'm so excited for the high-stakes fight. Kenny Omega versus Swerve Strickland. It'll be the #1 contendership versus the EVP status. We're just minutes away from this huge match, Kenny Omega versus Swerve. And for our great fans, this match is going to be opening up Wednesday Night Dynamite. At the top of the hour, it's going to be Kenny Omega versus Swerve. And I will present.
Someone in chat points out, points out they didn't have Brody King in Minnesota either. Funny, hey? Oh, yeah, but there's no ramifications and they're not aware of certain elements that might piss people off politically. See, they're just like, oh, Trump. Well, unless Trump gets involved, Brian, that's probably what Dave is telling Tone. But it's like, no, man, you take personal shots at other people who he's like super friendly with and shit, man. It's cooked. They all sit front row at UFC together. Just check them out almost every time. Kid Rock comes out with them. We know who's, you know what I mean? Like, they're just fucked up.
Limited commercial interruption. At most, there will be at most 90 seconds of commercials in this entire match. I'm going to limit it as much as possible and cap the commercial breaks with the network for Kenny Omega versus Swerve Strickland, presented with limited commercial interruption minutes from now.
Okay, here's the problem with that. So you just told everybody it's going to be like a 30-minute, instead of just saying Dynamite tonight, we're the first hour is no commercial, or the first hour only one commercial break, picture in picture. I worked it out with the network. We want to make sure in case Kenny and Swerve goes long again, you know, that we don't interrupt the action and you miss anything. Sell it some way. He's like, I'm going to limit the commercial breaks. Dude, it was just picture in picture like the whole time. Nothing was different about any of it. I work with the network. I'm going to limit the commercial break because Kenny and Swerve are going to go long. I don't want you to miss any of Kenny and Swerve. So you're admitting it's scripted to be a long ass match instead of just saying, we're bringing you Dynamite early. We're starting with Kenny and Swerve. We're bringing you Dynamite early on. We're hitting you with a big match. And I worked it out with the network that just in case, you know, we won't, like, in case it goes to commercial break, I have it slated for later and it'll be picture in picture, whatever the fuck. He just flat out, the way he said that is like, oh my God, Tone. Like, learn how to sell this stuff.
8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m.
You just told us they're going to have like a back and forth barn burner, essentially, with a few commercial breaks in it that only one, because I tried to limit them for you guys, unlike Raw.
Central. Speaking of this great show, I mentioned we're in Minneapolis, Minnesota here.
Minnesota.
It's actually St. Paul, Minnesota. I'm sorry. I'm from a very different Twin Cities myself.
I'm broadcasting from a Somali daycare center right now. I'm investigating it. Well, why don't you tell me?
From Champaign-Urbana, but I should know that to say that we're in St. Paul, Minnesota here. And a great team from the Twin Cities that's been with AEW now for many, many years. And they've been through so much with us. They've been through injuries, adversity, and they keep fighting. They've been doing great things in ROH and AEW. It's Top Flight and Skyflight. I'm a big fan and have been of Dante and Darius for many years. They're from right here in the Twin Cities. They're from right here around Minneapolis.
It's cooked when he's like, I've been a fan of these guys for years. And it's like, yeah, but you don't book them that way. Or maybe you do book them like a fan. Yeah, it's true. They're just like your glorified jobbers, which is fine. But, and I'm not saying they should be world beaters, but for how long they've been there, they must be getting paid good. And then also for him to be like, I've been a fan of them for years. Dude, they've been in your company for years. So what the fuck does that even mean? Like, to him, they're just like these journeyman guys that he just calls up to do a match, and that's cool, but that's the indies, man.
St. Paul. And they came in, they asked for a match. If there was any way they could get on the show, they would fight anybody. And I had Top Flight and Zeta Steel walk into my office and say, if there's anybody that would get a match with Top Flight and Zeta Steel, with Skyflight, we'll fight anybody tonight. Well, they're in luck, depending on how you look at it, because the Death Riders.
So they're from the Minnesota area. You're in town. They have to ask you for a match. And then you go, well, they're in luck. Let me put you against the Death Riders, who've been more or less beating a bunch of people. I mean, yeah, there's a couple losses with Yuta and whatnot, but I'll put you in there with the Death Riders if you guys want a shot, and we'll just glorify job you, and you're going to get pinned by Garcia. And it had to be you who asked me in kayfabe. It couldn't even be like, I'm such a good booker that in kayfabe that I knew to book you guys. It's that you came to me. It's always, Moxley stormed in my office, or Fletcher comes in, or it's always they demanded a match. They had to ask for a match. That's what Tone's kayfabe is too. It's never like, yo, this was my idea. It only makes sense after this victory and this victory. It only makes sense after the turmoil, personal issues aside between this team and that team, that we put them up against each other tonight, because we settle things in the ring. To steal a line from Nick Aldis, it's like, it's never that. It's always, well, they came in my office and they demanded, God damn it, Khan, book me. And he doesn't understand that he's just looping. He keeps doing this over and over. Every week it's the same thing, the same reason that a match is booked.
Are up for that challenge. Of course, we heard the Death Riders have some strong words for Will Ospreay. I think Will Ospreay is going to have some comments of his own about the Death Riders. And the Aerial Assassin is looking for a fight with the Death Riders, looking for a fight. Well, I think tonight it's going to be a very exciting night, a very exciting Wednesday Night Dynamite. And since Top Flight were in my office looking for a match in their hometown, Top Flight and Zeta Steel versus the Death Riders, Jon Moxley, Daniel Garcia, and Marina Shafir. Looking forward to that. We have all these. And
then the guy holding the camera's breathing so heavy. That's not me, chat. Do you guys hear that breathing, like the nose whistling? That is the guy holding his cell phone, his cellular device, his mobile telephone.
We heard the Death Riders have some strong words for Will Ospreay.
I got a BlackBerry. Listen, just listen
close. Will Ospreay is going to have some comments of his own about the Death Riders. And the Aerial Assassin is looking for a fight with the Death Riders, looking for a fight. Well, I think tonight it's going to be a very exciting night, a very exciting Wednesday Night Dynamite. And since Top Flight were in my office looking for a match in their hometown, Top Flight and Zeta Steel versus the Death Riders, Jon Moxley, Daniel.
Do you hear that? Jesus.
Garcia and Marina Shafir. Looking forward to that. We have all these big matches on tap for tonight. I think it's going to be a fantastic night of AEW wrestling. And one match in particular stands out to me. Now, looking at the rule book in pro wrestling when you have a match like Darby Allin.
He looks like Austin Powers' kid or something here, dude. I don't know what it is. Do I make you horny, baby?
Versus Roosh.
Do I make you Randy?
You want to have a great match and highlight these two great, unpredictable wrestlers at their very best. I'm not sure the normal conventional rules should apply here. I'm going to relax the rules a bit and say, for Darby Allin versus Roosh tonight, there will be no countouts. I want to see this match, and that means these guys are going to fight all over the place. It's going to be wild, and I want to see Darby and Roosh at their best. I know they're going to beat the hell out of each other, so they are going to have a no count-out match tonight here on Wednesday Night Dynamite. Darby Allin versus Roosh. There's so much to look forward to on Wednesday Night Dynamite, and it starts just minutes from now with Kenny Omega versus Swerve. 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Join us on TBS or on HBO Max. Join us tonight. Wednesday Night Dynamite is starting very soon. Thank you very much, and I'll see you tonight.
So there you go. There he is, James Bond himself. Rico Suave, Tony McCon, Steamboat Tone. That, ladies and gentlemen.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
That was AEW news. Ichi Nissan. So, can I throw this out there, though? Ricochet cuts a promo on Dynamite here tonight, and it's a pre-tape, and he's with Gates of Agony, and this is a conspiracy theory. Jesse's returning back on the show. Very conspiracy theory heavy episode here, PWT. Ricochet's promo is that he's apologizing for losing his temper and being uncool about losing the title. Now, I've said this a bunch of motherfucking times. AEW seems to do shit. Like, if you Google Ricochet apologize, whatever the fuck, is that what's going to come up now in the algorithm, in the metaverse, man? Is that what they're doing? Is that, like, look at here. We can just take a look. Wrestle Pierce post. Ricochet said he wanted to apologize for losing his cool and his temper after he lost the national championship. So now when you look it up, like, who gave them this copy to say that, you know? When you look it up now, that's what's going to come up. And there's been other instances of this where, you know, I was like, yo, Adam Copeland's calling himself Cope because when you look up like AEW Cope, they're not going to. So maybe that's too far of a reach. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too. Maybe Jesse Ventura's rubbing off on me a little bit. Pause. Right? But perhaps I'm getting too conspiratorial now. But like, why the fuck is that the way he's apologizing? You guys were quick on that apology, the kayfabe one. So, guys, we got WWE news. We're at 3 hours. We will do WWE news before we get the fuck out of here. Shout out everybody. We've had over 200 watching this evening across YouTube and X. X was doing its damn thing tonight. And I appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, all that good shit. Retweet the show or hit heart or whatever. And yeah, shout out everyone who's super chatted in. Check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. I uploaded a bonus episode of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week on there where I go over like Brian. It's like, I think a 45-minute episode. And I go over Brian Alvarez's like wrestling appearances on the indies and whatnot. And his most recent one, the clip of him super kicking that guy and shit and him wrestling Orange Cassidy. It's really fun. Okay, so let's get into WWE news. Let's see here. And what'd you guys think of Dynamite? You can let me know. I'll put a poll in chat. What did you grade tonight's Dynamite? And if you didn't watch, don't vote. No, just kidding. What do you grade tonight's AEW Dynamite? I don't know. I talked over a lot of it, but I did lock in for some of the promos. I kind of enjoyed some of those, like that they went a little more in that direction with some of the shit. So, A, B, C or a D for didn't watch. Okay, so vote D, didn't watch. And youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Guys, we also went past 7,600 subs on the channel. The other channels past 2,100, almost at 2,200. Like, that fucking rules. You guys rule. The views on the replay on the live streams have been fucking going crazy too. I just appreciate all the support. And yeah, if you want more content, Patreon /ProWrestleTimes. Okay. Anyways, run those likes up too. So we have a bit of a sicko segment, but it's more of a wacko segment because it's like some scary ass WWE fan who did some crazy shit for once, which you don't see as much. But it is time for WWE news. But first, ladies and gentlemen, a run-in from AEW/WWE superstar Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
So, ladies and gentlemen, get your breaking news alarms in the chat. Click, do the alarm emoji in the chat. It's time for... I'm the only motherfucker who's like actively trying to run people off of my show. So several within WWE reportedly believe AEW is the better product. Liar! This is according to Self-Made, and we're gonna read this. So Elbu and his gaggle of goofballs really expect people to believe
Tell
this.
us
Now,
what you know, you goddamn liar!
Self-Made Sessions says a decent number of them, but there are also WWE people, especially in positions of decision-making, who would dismiss AEW's product and act like it doesn't have much merit. There's still that mentality of what we do is better. Oh my God, these guys are like psychoanalyzing this shit and they're just bad at it. But there are plenty of people in the company who think AEW is the better product. I hate that the motherfuckers who go, well, AEW's the better wrestling, man. They're Banksy, man. They're the muse. It's the art of wrestling, man. And then they all talk about wrestling like it's product. Yeah, the product. It's product. Fuck you. What about the art, man? Not to be that guy, but like, what happened? I thought it was all about like the art and shit. So they think it's a better product. No, the better product is the one that's producing the best, the highest quality shit and garnering the most generating the most revenue from the product. If a product's bad, it's not selling. Otherwise, it's not a product, right? It's a fucking Jesus Christ. So they definitely don't think that. And this is just dumb stuff. Like, okay, Self-Made might have an appointed stooge. Plenty of people in the company who, man, some of the fucking mark wrestlers there are telling you this. Like, who's telling you that plenty of people? And then it's just a game of telephone. And we know how Elbu do not aggregate. We know what happens when he fucking aggregates the news and tries to be a news hound and a leaker guy of backstage stuff and people's feelings and shit. So what's going on here where these guys can go, plenty of people think AEW's better? There's not a fucking one, dude. Some people who work for work on their social media and shit. Maybe someone like that might be like, yeah, I'm just a wrestling fan. I like AEW. Maybe a person who's sitting around the creative or anywhere in any place of importance who are like, no, it's better than us right now. Everyone in WWE is going to think that, and that they put on the better show and all of that stuff. I'm willing to bet. And if we're talking about like TV writers, definitely not, because they're up their own asses. They trust me when I say those type of people, and I don't know all the ones who work in WWE, but TV writers are typically up their own asses a little bit. So who is fucking willing to say like, yeah, our stuff's shittier than the garbage, the objective garbage that they're doing over there a lot of the time? Or like our old shit from 1994, the Lex Express poor man's version ripoff with the Young Bucks. Like, yeah, that's so good. That's such great TV. Oh man, MJF and Hangman, and then the Rizzler, that's just crushing what Jelly Roll's doing with Kit Wilson and shit. Like, I don't think so, Unk. So when Hunter came in and took over, one of the first things he did was acknowledge that AEW's product was far superior in 2022. So now we're supposed to believe that someone leaked a self-made from WWE that Triple H took over creative and went, AEW was better than us in 2022.
Liar!
I just don't believe that at all. I'm sorry. I can't believe that for 1 second. I'm sorry. Now, I believe that he went in there and said they're catching momentum and we're on the back foot, but like they weren't even on the back foot, man. In 2022, like what was the peak of the bloodline and shit? It came a little bit after that, no? Or like in 2022, it really heated up. Like, how long ago did Punk come back, or Rhodes? I'm sorry, but the whole fucking thing shifted when Rhodes came back to WWE. That was really where it's just AEW slowly going downhill and then taking large leaps downhill. Oh, Punk's in WWE now. Holy fuck. At no point are they like sweating AEW. They're the better product. What fucking way? And let's be honest here. Let's say they were. Okay, let's say Triple H and everyone. Let's agree and go in 2022 they were better. Tone doesn't do anything like he did 4 years ago. And even 4 years ago, the shit he was doing wasn't really like the shit he was doing a few years before that. Like the first year of AEW was pretty peak and it was pretty good. And they had a good balance of here's some crazy ass matchups. Here's some new guys you don't know about. Here's our big production. Oh, our pay-per-view, we're going to have an awesome stage with poker chips and it's fucking, we're going to give you a moment where Moxley fucking gets slammed off the thing through the poker chips. Like they went out of their way to do that. And they were sports entertainment-y shit like Cody Rhodes. And then what Tone and them did, and everybody and all the sickos did, the really diehards that Tone is, and the Meltzer sycophants, they went, fuck a casual, fuck all you guys. And they slowly gatekept when Tone had missteps and called Dave on the phone and promised him, I'll never book a bad show, instead of listening to the online criticism and listening to, well, fuck whatever Dave was saying, but listening to the people going like, okay, who is this person? Google it, and then getting behind those people and encouraging the wrestlers and the people you surround yourself with to act that way because you feel entitled because you're a fucking billionaire, and the wrestlers around you feel entitled because they have an opportunity they never would have gotten any time ever. Tone fucking leaned into the sicko aspect and then started whittling his fucking fan base down. And he got rid of, the production looks like WWE light and not in a good way. The production needs to be an alternative. It's just LED boards, looks like Raw, looks like the white ropes. Before, Dynamite had its own unique identity. Right? They used to do the black ropes. They should do the black ropes again. They should do one black rope, one gold rope, but not yellow, like gold, as in like a metallic-y gold color, and then the bottom rope's black, and they should be like AEW, like All Elite. Get back to the roots, have unique pay-per-view set designs, They do the LED boards around the barricade. It just looks like WWE wannabe WWE. Just like TNA did for so long. And everybody can get those fucking LED boards cheap. And people shit on WWE's production, but at least for the big shows, well, it's the big shows. At least they put, like, WrestleMania looks crazy. They put effort into the stages and shit. Now, would I like to see more of that at, like, Backlash and shit? Yeah, sure. But when you're selling out in some of these eras, when they'd have the big elaborate stages, that was to cover up the sellout situation. Bellator used to do that. Strikeforce used to do that. Dana White used to clown on that back in the day. You come out the tunnel when you're sold out and shit. I understand that because it's packed to the rafters. But at the same time, like, I would like to see the claws from the fucking, I'd like to see the SmackDown fist and all this shit. Like, people would like to see cool set designs again too. But Tone got away from that too. So, like, what were they doing in 2022 that was far superior? Whatever they're doing now is shittier than that then. And so let's say this was the case. Look how badly since 2022 AEW's fallen off. And look how much WWE's increased in popularity and how much they're charging for tickets and all these sellouts and record gates and shit they've done since 2022. So for them to be like, people know it's a better product. All the way back in 2022, guys, Triple H knew it was a better product. And that means now it's a better product. Still, lots of people think that, even though look at how much they've fallen off since then. So again, this is just retarded. Like, I don't even know how these guys get away with doing this shit. Moving along here. We talked about WWE and their success a little bit. Here's the Netflix Global Top 10 shows. According to Jedi Goodman, who always cooks with the MMA and pro wrestling stuff, and this is just like a visual reminder to everybody. Raw, number 8 globally, right? Look at the shows like One Piece, Season 2, Virgin River, Beauty and Black, One Piece, The Dinosaurs, which everyone's talking about, Bridgerton, I don't know, Age of Attraction, Raw's down here, Love and Death, Mark Roberts, Crunch Labs, whatever. It's just the fact that, like, you have One Piece and all this shit up there. Yeah, they're getting smoked by One Piece Season 1 and shit, but you're on the Netflix Global Top 10. And then when they do PLEs, and things of that nature, we know the numbers. We saw the numbers for that. It's crazy. Globally, this is such a good play, and they're always in the top 10, and that's this week with One Piece. Like, typically Raw, and in Canada, for me, dude, Raw's like number 1, number 3, number 2, routinely. It's in the top 5, and then it's there like all week. You see, like, SmackDown, Raw, and NXT are all in there at the same time at one point. For like a fucking day, but there's crossover. SmackDown's always up there too, even if it's like number 6 or whatever. So I don't know, man. It's just a visual reminder of, like, that's where Raw is. It's in the top 10 of Netflix. Now let's just see if you guys know how many people watch Warner Bros. If 500,000 people were watching HBO Max for AEW, you'd see it in their top 10, and they do release top 10s. So I think we have a bit more ratings news, maybe not even. But in other success news here, WWE Unreal was nominated for 3 sports Emmys. And guys, for everyone who's like, this show is stupid and fucking everyone, you know, thinks it's dumb and it's not real, even if it's a scripted show, who gives a fuck, right? It's just a reality show. And then all the uber sickos melt down, and it's like, it's not for you. The sickos and wackos, this show's not for you. It's for the fucking, or it's for you if you can, like, not get upset over they're breaking kayfabe, man, or like, oh, dude, can you believe the boss talked to LA Knight like that? If you're like a rational person who just likes behind the scenes shit and understands that reality television's like not necessarily real all the time or ever, you know, then it's cool. It's a cool little show, and it's like a superstar showcase in a way. And a peek into their personal lives, if nothing else. You can't lie about Chelsea Green building her house and shit. Like, that's real shit you get to see. So this is why, because Roman Reigns doesn't get, when they produce the television they do every week and Roman Reigns is drawing, that doesn't get nominated for Emmys and shit. You got to make a show like this for Netflix, and it does gangbusters, folks. It does gangbusters for Netflix, okay? And again, we got an allegedly a long time ago where it was like, yo, this is doing huge numbers for fucking Netflix. They just want to keep doing the show. They're renewing it for a bunch of seasons. Then they split season 2 into like 2 parts, where the next chunk, I don't think it's called season 3, maybe it is, but the next chunk of episodes, handful of episodes we get of Unreal, is just following John Cena. I think it may follow other superstars like surrounding his retirement, but I think it's like primarily all focused on John Cena and his retirement run. So I think that's like season 2, part 2, or however they do it. They're splitting seasons up and shit. Or we already have seasons in the bank. They're already filming more seasons and shit. That's how popular that show is. And it's just for like the casual folks. You know, Total Bella's brought people in. Unreal's going to bring people in. And you get nominated for real awards because it's a show about the wrestling show. It's not the wrestling show. So Roman deserves Emmys and shit. I'm sorry, when Triple H is backstage and he's like, "Okay, we're going to freestyle," and he starts talking on the headset when John Cena turned heel. And Triple H, like, you can clown Triple H all you want, but moments like that, where Triple H jumps on the headset and is like, "Okay, we're going to freestyle. Just listen to me and we know what to do." And then who's the producer in charge of that Cena heel turn where they're calling it on the fly? And nobody knew it was coming. Like, that shit was crazy. That's cinema, bro. That deserves Emmys and shit. Paul Heyman is not capping when he says that stuff deserves Emmys, but you don't get Emmys. It's carnival freak show wrestling in a category of its own. It's not quite sports. It's not quite entertainment. So this is how you get Emmys. This is why they do these fucking shows, guys. Holy shit. So they got nominated for 3 Emmys: Outstanding Sports Documentary Series, serialized, WWE Unreal. Sports graphic design. Now, do you remember when Dave and them were like, "Oh, the graphics department, Fightful and them, all the graphics department are in fucking
for,
shambles."
you know, the young superstar, you know, babyface, you know, the former heel thing. So
meanwhile, they're winning Emmys or nominated for Emmys, Outstanding Sports Editing Long Form. So there you go. I love it. And I love that it's getting into this world of, because like even these football shows, NFL Slime Time, like let's say it's one of those shows where it like follows a team and they're coaching, they're not really revealing things either. They don't want teams to be able to watch that show and then scout them and shit better. And I'm sure it helps a little bit, but when they do like the documentary series, we're following the Dallas Cowboys camp or whatever, they're giving you some of the drama, like they're hamming it up and they're giving you some shit. They're not going to show you the playbook, you know? So obviously that's what WWE is doing too. So yeah, it's I'm glad that they're getting more popular and nominated, being taken more seriously and whatnot. In the ratings, WWE SmackDown last Friday drew over 1.439 million viewers with a 0.32 rating, the highest rated SmackDown in over 7 months. And yeah, I mean, I tweeted out before in the past, if they start doing below 2 million, we got to keep an eye on this. And we have with SmackDown now. I don't know how bad this is. I don't know. Is the number affected? Like, this is just in the US, right? It's a party in the USA. So like, what were their rate? Like, are them being on SmackDown, Netflix internationally for SmackDown, does that affect their rating in any way? I don't fucking know, but SmackDown needs to get its shit together a little bit. Although, I mean, their best rating and how long, and there's lots of sports on. Dude, hockey's fucking crazy this year too. I don't know if you guys like puck, but NHL's nuts this year. Yeah, 0.32 in the key demo, which is what matters most to the old folks who care about these numbers, like Dave Meltzer and shit. And yeah, it was the highest rated in 7 months, but 1.4, not even 1.5 million. Like, I don't know, man. I'm not saying this show's falling off and it should be doom and gloom and all this shit when it comes to SmackDown, but what do they got to do to intensify? Like, the tickets are selling, but on TV, people are like, "Oh, there's better shit to watch." It's almost like they do so many PLEs that you'll just wait for the fucking PLEs. And most people are like, hey, I'll catch it all on YouTube, or I can tune into any show, get recapped on everything, and then be ready for the PLE. And I'll pay big bucks to check it out, but I'm not tuning into every single game or whatever. And I know it's not a game, but you guys know what I'm saying? Like, there are sports fans who tune into every fucking game. But that's the problem, too, because when it's like a drama series, you want them to tune into every episode. And I agree with the fact that SmackDown is fairly repetitive, man. It feels like every SmackDown you kind of know what to expect. It's like a show you don't necessarily need to watch, but then there's some gems. Like, you get Jelly Roll Kit Wilson, you get like Orton snapping on Rhodes. It was a great segment, but you could just watch it on Twitter. You know, it's not like you're really fucking, it's not like there was anything too crazy happening throughout the narrative of the show to fucking, so I get it. Whereas Raw seems more exciting, more story driven, more, you know, you got Punk Roman there too. Like, you don't have Punk Roman doing their shit over on SmackDown. So Raw really has a good balance of, and the commercials too. Like on Netflix, when I'm watching SmackDown here in Canada land there, bud, SmackDown, like, it cuts to commercials sometimes where you got to listen to that boo, 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 boo. You got to listen to that shit. But it also sometimes shows us what's going on during the commercials. Like, you just get to watch more match or whatever. So I don't know how they decide, like, when you get commercials, and it's not like they're advertising shit. It's just like wrestlers standing there with funky lights and like doing their poses and being like, and just like posing while a clock ticks down. It's not like they're advertising anything other than like WrestleMania is coming. So I don't know why they don't just show us the match or what's going on in between. I don't know what's happening in the live building during, like, in between matches when there's a commercial. Maybe they're just like doing a Cannonhausen and shooting shirts or something. I don't fucking know. But either way, man, SmackDown, they got to get their shit together a little bit. But also, I mean, is SmackDown supposed to be as big as Raw at this time right now? I'm not sure. We want it to be as big as possible, obviously, but we talk about the successes, man. For $11,500, you can sit front row for WWE Clash in Italy. You can make pasta with a WWE superstar, wine tasting with WWE superstar appearances, exclusive backstage experience. This would be awesome because I would like to get wine drunk with Chelsea Green quote tweeted this and was like, oh, I want to get my wine on and shit. I would love to get wine drunk. My wife would love that too, with some wrestlers. It would just be a fun time. We'd have a blast. Exclusive backstage experience, ringside photo op. I mean, that's all cool. 11,000. Oh, and I left this out when we talked about the Cody Rhodes bus tour. You get premium WWE tickets with that too. So that's not the price just to do that stuff with Rhodes. These are like incentives to incentivize people to buy these more pricey WWE tickets, right? So you don't know what superstar is the problem. So like private pasta making, like who rocks up on that? And what if it's someone you're like, oh, okay. You know, it's like JD McDonough walks up and you're like, okay, I guess I'm making pasta with fucking JD McDonough. You don't even know who's like gonna be there. But it would be cool to get wine drunk. Well, it depends with who. Like, do they get drunk or are they like, no, I'm just going to spit it out. I'm going to be a square. Who knows? But 11,500 in Italy. In Italiana. So here's the WWE World schedule. You got Penta, Orton, Ripley, Rick Steiner, RVD, Ron Simmons, Sami Zayn, Scott Steiner, Seth Rollins, Stephanie McMahon, Stephanie Vaquer. Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Miz, Tiffany Stratton, Tori Wilson, Trish Stratus. Like, come on, man. Jacob Fatu, Jade Cargill, Jey Uso, Jim Duggan, Joe Hendry. We believe, dude. Kane, Kevin Owens, Kofi Kingston, LA Knight. Yeah. Liv Morgan, Mickie James, Nick Aldis. So yeah, they even got Mickie James working. I think she's on. I might be talking out of my ass here, but I think she's on like what Lana's on. Like, she is affiliated, like a Legends, Nostalgia, whatever type thing. They should put her in the fucking 2K games. Maybe she's not if she's not in the fucking games. But then again, Lana's not in the games. But I think she could be on one of those deals. And I don't need to see a huge Mickie James return. But again, like, hey, she'd be a cool GM on one of these NXTs or Evolve or some shit, or to have her involved coaching. And hopefully I know they kicked her off LFG, but fuck, at least she's here at World. So you got Nikki Bella, Penta, Randy Orton, Rhea Ripley, Rick Steiner, Rob Van Dam. Is there anybody doing double shifts? RVD, Simmons. I think this was taken out of order here. Yeah, it is. So that's not I was like, damn, RVD doing double shift. So you just see the list here of people. Brandy Rhodes is on there. Adam Pearce is on there. I'm trying to see if there's any names where we're like, oh shit, Jericho. No. Then they have one. Yeah. So Rick and Scott Steiner, then Rollins and Becky Lynch, and then Undertaker and Kane, and then the whole Wyatt Six, and then the Miz, no Maurice, the New Day, Stratton, Wilson, Trick, Taker by himself. So he's doing double duty. Yeah, and I bet the prices would make me take a double duty in my pants. So we're talking about Netflix and all of these things that WWE's launching and all the successes, man. John Cena breaks down MLB's new ABS challenge system ahead of opening night. And again, Netflix, man, they got opening night.
Look, I've spent my whole life in the public eye.
On Netflix, dude. They're making big sports plays.
Something about putting on a show. That's why I love baseball. Crack of the bat. The roar of the crowd. Even the cadence of the man behind the plate. But this year, the production is adding something new.
Okay, well, thanks for that Metallica. They're going to Napster my ass. No. But speaking of opening night, yeah, I mean, we have Jey Uso with Jacob Fatu, and they're ready for opening night. Let's check this in.
Yeah, you already know, man. Main event, Jey Uso now in your city. Got some more werewolf Jacob Fatu in the building. All right, San Francisco, Bay Area, stand up. It's the Giants, baby. Opening day, all gas, no brakes with it. Y'all know what I mean? One word.
Hell yeah. I want to see the Usos team up with Fatu. That's going to rule when that does happen. And then they could take out GODs and Tala. But instead, it seems like everybody's kind of going their own directions. Just saying. Fantasy Phil Marks boxing. So here is Jey Uso with the Giants mascot.
Here to lead us off tonight, please welcome our play ball announcer, WWE superstar, Jey Uso.
Hey, letters, 2 words, play ball.
All right, Jay, we see you.
I don't know if people got hyped for that. I don't know. They didn't seem to react, but it is what it is, man. The crossover's real. So, we were talking about ratings a little bit, and I just wanted to touch on this. So Jedi Goodman posted this here. Law & Order SVU, which aired in the old WWE Raw time slot on USA Network on Monday night. 8 p.m., so 391K and a .06 in the 18 to 49 demo. 9 p.m., 366K, .06. 3 Law and Order show. I don't expect it to do Raw numbers, but like, come on, man. We're talking about like less than 400,000, .06 in the 18 to 49. The USA is like shit. And then they're not going to do another wrestling program there. And if AEW went on Monday head-to-head at that time, they would get squished in the Netflix numbers versus whatever the fuck they do in America or globally or whatever. But look at that void. Like, if anybody's pissed off, it's USA. But everybody points to Fox, who are, like, doing shit with AAA and stuff. Everybody points to these fucking to these other networks and stuff, or like saying, you know, Netflix or ESPN's upset. But meanwhile, it's like USA should be licking their wounds if anybody is, and nobody really talks about them. So speaking of Raw, LA Knight went flying. Here's a little botchamania that a crowd caught.
Nothing
Or a crowd member caught, rather.
beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of these holidays available. We've got millions
So is LA Knight a botch machine? Let me know.
of free child place holidays available with 22 kilograms of baggage included. But now,
Is he just like a 2 left feet guy? Like, what is it about him where he's always like tripping and slipping these days?
nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now,
Like, he flew over the barricade, and it's like, buddy, he tried to jump the barricade, but he just went flying. And it's like, you don't need to do that. You know, just climb over it normally, and then you don't wipe out like that. Same with like where he jumps to the top rope. It's like, you don't need to do that. You keep slipping, you know? So not to hate on the guy, but the ruler at the Garden, catch Monday Night Raw. Speaking of Raw, here is the ruler Obafemi at the Knicks game with that fucking swaggy Evolve title. And here's Obafemi at the game, living it up, the ruler. And then here's a guy who got a picture with, or actually, no, it's just Stephanie Vacquer's picture with Ethan Page and Obafemi at the New York Rangers game as well. And that was before, but Obafemi, the ruler of MSG. And that's awesome to see them integrated in all of this shit. Talking about popularity and people popping off and whatnot, I posted a tweet and it blew the fuck up. It's up to 9K likes, 286,000 impressions, 9K likes, 257 retweets, 50 comments. So like 9K likes and 50 comments. You know, I cooked with this one, right? And so I just quote tweeted, like, we saw the pyro that Penta got on Raw. I mean, I was making jokes on the Member Monday show. I'm like, he's Lex Luger. Like, look how over this fucking guy is. He's a megastar, you know? And I said this on the show. I was like, listen, he's the best booked wrestler to jump from AEW to WWE without being in WWE first. You know what I'm saying? So he's the best book guy. And some people are like, what? Jade's actually champion. Okay, so it doesn't mean the booking to get her there was good in comparison. Ethan Page, he's been booked really well, but also a lot of his shit is him getting it over and elevating it past where I think people thought he would get some shit. Like, oh, he's the egotistical guy. Ego. Okay, that's been done a billion times. And I qualified this underneath. I was like, you could give Ethan Page a potato and he'll get super over. You know, he'll get the potato over. Like, he just rules. Penta, though, like the presentation, the opponents, the entrance, the music, the booking, as far as like, okay, don't just destroyer everyone like crazy. Like, that's your finish. Okay, you want to do one top rope destroyer and then people know it's in your bag and then you save that for Mania or whatever. Don't do it again. You know, okay, a springboard destroyer. You can do it once. People know it's in your bag. Don't do it again. Right? We haven't seen that in months now. Do not do it again. Just save it. And, you know, the way he's been presented and marketed and everything, it's been brilliant. So I think he's the best booked wrestler, hands down. Better than Blake. As far, not like I'm just saying as how they've been booked creatively, presentation, the whole package, the whole deal. And obviously you could argue like Cody Rhodes or CM Punk's booking has been really good, but they were like in WWE, went to AEW, come back to WWE. Like, that doesn't count. I'm just talking Penta was an outsider, but bound on it down, but 9K likes. That's crazy. You know, I was cooking with that one, man. So speaking of people, getting over, one person who's not really getting over in my opinion, is Johnny Gargano, and they're kind of like teaming him up with Motor City Machine Guns, him and Candice LeRae, so we're getting like DIY 2. But not only that, they sent him back down to NXT. Not that like he's sent down to NXT, but he, you know, some of the SmackDown stars kind of rotate in and out of NXT from time to time. And they carried this gimmick over of like Candice has to help Johnny Gargano get a win. Some people think this is funny, how he's all depressed and planking everywhere. I personally, just being honest, I think it's fucking cringe. I just gotta be like, I don't know. I'm just not into it. I don't know what
Wrestling's not fake!
Johnny Gargano's gimmick is literally being Johnny Sameface. Like, that's literally his gimmick now. He's just depressed and doing the same face and just laying there. So I'm not really into it, but he's all depressed. He's going to end up teaming up with Motor City or something. Candice helps him get a win over Shiloh Hill. And Alfred Konowa says the Johnny Gargano comatose arc is better than most WrestleMania builds, and I don't even mean that as an insult. Candice told a story of how NXT was Johnny's last chance to get his mojo back. This is the Charles Barkley angle in Space Jam, and it's working. So, yeah, she helps him get a win. Like, he just NXT, and this is just going to be him as a veteran, just working with NXT guys, helping to get them over as they call up some people. Because think about it. I think personally, as we've tracked the ratings here, we chronicle them here at PWT. I think personally that, you know, Oba, Javon, Trick, like a handful of these guys being called up. And now what? Everyone wants Hendry and Ethan Page called up. You're going to call up all these guys. That clearly affects the ratings a bit. And NXT's ratings haven't been, you know, AEW's got their number a few times, which is fine. I mean, ebbs and flow. We all like, it can't all be perfect and flowers and everything all the time, right? But I think calling all those folks up kind of might dip the ratings a bit. And then people who are watching for Oba are like, I'm going to watch fucking Raw, dude. I want to see fucking Oba and Brock. So if they're getting ready to call up like an Ethan Page as well and a Hendry or whatever, don't you need a Gargano? Like, you want to send some people down there as well who are in the position, like a Sean Spears. Sean Spears like 45 years old or some shit. People were making fun of that. I saw some sickos hating on like, he's in developmental. A 45-year-old in developmental. It's like, yeah, but they're coaching. Artard, like, why don't you understand this concept? Like, they're coaching. You need veterans in your fed. You need veterans in your developmental fed, or else how the fuck do you develop them properly? It's fucking so annoying, man. So is Gargano just fall back into that role? And maybe he goes after the NXT title, and maybe Ethan Page, like, you know, maybe you send a few guys back down who can kind of play that position and try and keep ratings or grow ratings a little bit, because Gargano might bring eyeballs. People are unironically into this. I'm not really. But it is what it is, and I think he gets a shot at the title. No, am I lying about that? He won the fucking... He got his groove back here. So who will be the mystery competitor in the NXT North American Championship? Number one, that's what it is. The number one contenders gauntlet eliminator match. It was Gargano. So he is going, and what, is he not going to win the North American? And then what happens? Does Candice LeRae manage, because she helped the Machine Guns get a win on SmackDown? So do they just unify as DIY2, or does she start managing just Shelly, and then Shelly and Sabin split up, because Sabin and Shelly are kind of button heads, and he didn't see her cheat for Shelly. You guys get what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. It's interesting. NXT, personally, I don't feel like it's been as good as it was like before. You know what I'm saying? Like when you had Trick and Oba and all that shit. But speaking of NXT and the youngins, Lucha, Lince Dorado is there on Evolve. He's also low-key. I believe he makes gear for some of the wrestlers, but he's also low-key like a coach trainer guy in that role as well. I don't know if many people, like, that's why you see him pop up in Evolve or NXT randomly or AAA whenever they need him, you know. TNA as well, like, he's kind of locked in. I think he makes gear. He comes out to the Lucha. I don't care what people say either about Lucha House Party. That shit was like the most over a lot of those guys were and were going to be. It was kind of shitty and cheesy and like a stereotypical you know, it's not as bad as like the luchas riding out on lawnmowers and shit, but like, it wasn't the best shit either, but it got over the lucha house party stuff to this day. Lucha. But Lince Dorado's here doing the damn thing. He's a good little lucha there, I guess. In other news, Redemption, Notorious Mimi has been WWE ID'd, securing a contract. Starboy Charlie won the title, and she's got a look, that redhead look, that Jean Grey, that Mary Jane Watson. Well, I guess she doesn't have the green eyes, but or maybe she does. I'd have to zoom in, but that redhead look, you don't have too many of those, and especially like, you know, there's Becky Lynch. They had Isla Dawn and shit, but she's gone. Isla Dawn, more like Isla gone. Am I right, fellas? Am I right? No, I seriously miss. I liked when they were together. I do like the Secret Service, but I miss Alba Fire and Isla Dawn. I really do. But
Be gone.
Yeah, that redhead look. She's gonna go far if she can work, obviously. So, in other recruitment and ID, whatever the fucks, scouting situations that WWE may have going on, Sarah Safari, who I don't know at all, but I mean, a bunch of people posted this clip from these different accounts, and she revealed that WWE reached out to recruit her for training at the Performance Center with a possible NXT debut in the works. She turned down the offer because she would have to go to Orlando, and I Googled her, and she's an Instagram / fitness motivational model or something.
I got a DM from WWE to recruit me, okay? And then I got on a call and they were like, we would
recruit everyone apparently.
Are you trying to make me not feel special?
No. So, I mean, they just know the power of social media now.
So they were trying to like entice me and on they were like talking to me about it. They're like, the only caveat here is you have to move to Orlando for 3 years.
What the?
I was like, I can't do that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Wait, they wanted you to be a wrestler.
But I would be
not like a special guest, a wrestler.
Yeah. Like start off NXT and then go WWE. I was like, I can RKO.
Wait, let me see like one of your like bits if you're a WWE wrestler.
Yeah, but you gotta be serious.
All right, walk out. Yeah, walk out from the hallway.
I realized her special power would be laughing.
As long as you'll be my friend till the end, come on.
And they would laugh you off the.
Is that Bradley Martin? Yeah.
I think they'd hate you, honestly.
Oh, you think I'd be a villain?
No, I just think everybody would just not like you as a character.
You just come out laughing and be like, please.
Damn. Okay. Shout her out. In other main roster news in WWE, there's a conspiracy afoot, and Danhausen has not only been cursing I Show Speed, but he believes there's clones running around. Danhausen is always one for conspiracy. This has been a conspiracy theory jam-packed episode of PWT. But Danhausen races I Show Speed here. Let's take a look.
All right, so if Danhausen beats you in this race, then he gets access to your YouTube. And if you beat Danhausen, then Danhausen will uncurse you. Let's race! Let's do it! Let's go!
3, 2, 1, go.
Look, too easy. What? Oh, what the hell? I was wondering when you'd get here. Guess what, my friend? You owe me a password and you're still cursed. All right.
He does a good job of selling it. It's really goofy. A bunch of kids are going to see that and be like, oh, this Danhausen guy's cool. And then they might sell them toys and shit. That's what you should be doing with the Rizzler and Orange Cassidy and shit, and actually getting it over as like a kid thing. You know, the Rizzler doesn't need to be involved in match. You don't need big boom justice. But instead of that, and Tones admitted this, he has to look at them as a serious wrestler, AJ Buffimo or whatever. He's not just a celebrity, he's a real wrestler. Now you got that guy in your roster as a real wrestler. It's fucking crazy. So shout out Danhausen, mixing it up, going mainstream, going global. And speaking of shout outs and going global, Carmelo Hayes, your United States champion, I guess, going national. Him and Kalani Jordan are officially married. Congrats to the newlyweds. That's amazing for them. And it would be cool to see her on the main roster sooner or later too, man. SmackDown could use her. She's a lot better than, well, I won't even say it. Either way, there's a lot of the wrestlers on the main roster. Not a lot, actually. There's a few that are like, okay, I'd rather see like Kalani and some of these Sol Ruka and shit get called up already. What the fuck? But either way, speaking of people getting calls, man, getting the call, who you going to call? Ghostbusters. Ted DiBiase Jr. got a call during a recent podcast with his attorney, and he says, April 19th, Vegas, book it. Was he on the phone with Randy Orton? Could you imagine? Could you fucking imagine if Randy Orton's brings Ted DiBiase, because they're like, whatever, he's not guilty. And they brought him out at Mania for some sort of legacy review. He's the only reunion. He's like the only guy that makes sense in my book, unless Randy's just hearing voices in his head, like, or it's Shane McMahon, but that's kind of lame ass. If it was Ted DiBiase Jr., if he's in shape and he can come out and fucking glom roads, I don't know if any of that makes sense. Maybe it doesn't, but he's teasing it nonetheless, which is good for his brand. Let's take a look.
Capitol Police stuff. Maybe we can hit that here before we run out of here. But what you got for me here?
And this is like Logan Paul getting the call wearing his Prime shirt from WWE saying he can't box. This is the same thing. This is a setup.
Hang on just a second. Yeah.
19th.
April 19th. All right, well, let's book it.
Vegas.
No problem.
Oh, I like it. I know what we got going on there. April 19th. That looked like Ted. That looked like Ted DiBiase Jr. in the background. Was he on the phone with Randy Orton?
I don't know who he was on the phone with, but he's
smart for doing this. Now, they didn't do it well. If they came on a show like this or like a more where it's like, oh my God, explosion. Did you just an exclusive? Yo, we got an allegedly guy.
Allegedly.
Like, and we fucking, wow, and we like hyped it up, or like one of these bigger shows that are like more, well, I don't know what show this is, but like a more like fucking hip. I'm hip, I'm cool, tucka, 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 right? Like a more hip fucking show. This could have like blown up a bit, but it's smart that he did this because a bunch of people might get behind this and go, oh man, we hope that he's there. And then maybe WWE, they listen to social media and they cave and they bring to DiBiase Jr. I just don't know if it's like, is it going to make people's minds explode, or are they going to be like, that's a wet popcorn fart in church, as Jim Cornette, the great James Cornette would say.
thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
I don't know.
He's definitely booking some travel.
I like it. We got 3 minutes here. Tell me this. We will circle back to the Capitol Police stuff, but maybe we can hit that here before we run out of here.
It'd be cool though. They do have legacy history that they could put a cap on. Speaking of WrestleMania and the build to it, the Hall of Fame is set in stone. I thought we got all the names, but no. Stephanie McMahon will be headlining. AJ Styles, of course, will be inducted. Demolition will be inducted. Only the two, Crush won't be inducted, but they're all Axe, Smash, and Crush are all in the 2K game, so that's weird. But Dennis Rodman was also included last second, and Sid, Psycho Sid, Sid Justice, Sid Vicious will be inducted and given, or he will be given the Legacy Award. And that fucking rules. Was Sid in it before? Like, is he just a standard inductee? What's the difference between legacy and regular inductee? I don't know. Maybe because he's no longer with us to accept it. So then that's considered legacy. That might be cool. A cool way to fucking sort of differentiate the two. And then you can still induct some people into the legacy wing or whatever. Maybe like low key who don't get featured in like a big way, just to get some names in there and stuff, and just to sort of honor some people. But yeah, shout out Sid. He should be in there. And this is like a stacked fucking lineup for the Hall of Fame. Like, I'm actually pumped for this one. And so, speaking of being pumped and jacked up and juiced up to the gills, old Brock Lesnar here. Okay, he did this podcast, Spittin' Chicklets. I think that's a Barstool joint. And here's him just telling stories and doing an interview talking about some things from the past and a little bit about, obviously, to promote WrestleMania coming up. And he talks a bit about how long he's got left in the game and whatnot. And so, again, very much what I've been saying. He's got a couple manias. Like, he'll be around for probably a couple manias, maybe a couple just one, or not even one-offs. Like, we've seen it. He'll show up and get guys over as big as he can on fucking Raw and shit to build up to something. You know, he's not washed or anything, but he's not going to be doing this forever. And like Rey Mysterio, Randy Orton, a bunch of these guys aren't going to be doing this shit forever. So we've already kissed a lot of legends goodbye. John Cena, AJ Styles, those are two goats. Get ready to kiss more goodbye. But Brock Lesnar talks about when he was a kid, his mom used to kiss him goodbye at the gym and leave him there to find his own way home. Now I understand why he's a genetic freak.
And even my mom had so much expectations out of me. My mom, bless her heart, and I thank her to this day even, like, if I didn't win a little kids wrestling tournament, she left me there to find my own ride. She was pissed, and I didn't want to ride home with her for 3 hours, and in the back seat of that car, she just left me, and I was like, I can't believe my mom, actually, she left me here. And even my...
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That's abuse, brother. I'm just joking. So Brock Lesnar talks about when he got his infamous sword dick tattoo on his chest. People make fun of it for being a dick or whatever. It's like this Viking sword chest tattoo. Scott Steiner got one. You know, a lot of these big jack guys, they get the chest tattoos when the body doesn't look as juicy as it once did. But let's listen to Brock's story about getting this tattoo.
Sword in your chest. What was the idea behind it? It's intimidating.
Well, the idea, Brian.
I got that tattoo. I was shit-faced drunk in Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay, I did it. Oh, yeah. I did it. I was in Scottsdale training for the NFL, had just gotten in a motorcycle accident, and I was just kicked down hard. Like I was going through all that stuff, and there was a tattoo shop across the street from the biker bar, and that's not a good place to have a tattoo shop. All right. I got this tattoo. I didn't even know I got the damn thing. I wake up the next day and I'm like, what in the is this thing? Well, at least it's subtle.
At least it's not on your face.
Yeah. But the meaning behind it was I felt like my back was against the wall and somebody had a sword, a knife stuck to my throat. Like, what are you going to do now? You know what I mean? So I walked over there and I said, yeah, let's put a big ass ugly sword on my chest.
And then he had to sit there for how many hours and get that done?
Sword in your chest.
Just crushing beers. So more on that's just funny. It's just a funny story. Finally, we get a reason behind the tattoo. So here's Brock being very humble and saying, I'm the old guy now. And I might not be doing this for too much longer. Let's take a listen.
I mean, I go there. I'm the old guy now. You know, shit. I went back to work so I could feed my kids. You guys should see my grocery bill.
Oh, I can imagine.
You need that dairy farm again for the milk you're paying for every week.
So yeah, I had left the company years ago, and I'm grateful that I'm back for a short time here. So I'm really grateful for all the opportunities that I've had in my life. But I mean,
so he's totally cool, and he's just saying I'm here for a short time. So again, this Mania, next Mania, who knows? But I think ultimately he's going to end up putting Gunther over it in the end, right? Is that the smart thing to do? How long is Gunther around? How fucking cooked is it that Gunther doesn't have a WrestleMania match too? It's pretty fucked, man. Like in a few weeks, they're just going to stuff him in there. Or is he going to open challenge? What if he like open challenged at Mania? Would you guys be into this? Let me know in the comments below or in the chat. What if a guy like Naito, who everybody's like, he's fucking retired. Like, let's say they have all these Nuge guys coming over. Let's say Naito comes over because he's with Nuge, but is he really with Nuge? I don't fucking know. And then Gunther's like open challenge, and then Gunther like quote unquote retires him in like a Mania match. Or would Naito not do that? Is there a wrestler out there that could come in as like open challenge, then he retires them, and then that's their big like, okay, my Mania match, I'll retire here. Fucking rules. I had one match in the Fed. It was fucking my retirement, you know? and then you carry it along. That would be the only way I could see them getting out of like them not having something building for Gunther where someone's putting their career on the line against him or something. I think that was like a shoe-in. Maybe the person they had planned is injured or something. I don't know. But speaking of craziness in the Fed, you know, we often make fun of the sickos. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the sicko segment featuring and a daycare director who's a wacko. We typically make fun of the sickos. You know, we've had stories of like, we've seen them on Pedo Catcher and we've seen them fucking chaining up fucking people in basements and shit. Well, this WWE superfan, this wacko on the WWE side of things, who is a daycare director, she allegedly stole $2.75 million from parents, bought WWE VIP meet and greets where her kids hung out with wrestlers. So she stole all this money, then went to WWE shows with her kids. And it's pretty fucking crazy. We head to Ringside News. And Jesse Ventura investigates. Was it in Minnesota? First question. Is she Somali? And was it in Minnesota? Jesus Christ. Oh, man. What a ridiculous old truth. So, according to the New York Post, Muriel Mishizak, the head of Kinderhouse Brooklyn, was arrested after being accused of embezzling nearly $3 million in tuition money and allegedly spending a huge chunk of it on luxury travel, high-end goods, and VIP access to pro wrestling events. Federal prosecutors claim Ms. Chizak funneled approximately $2.75 million from the school into her personal accounts between January 22 and October 25. Holy shit. Using the money for her own benefit while covering her tracks internally. One of the most surprising details in the indictment involves her reported spending on WWE related expenses. She allegedly spent at least 0,000. Okay, so that's a botch. Whoever wrote this on Ringside News, you guys fucked up. She spent around $650,000 on travel and entertainment, another $150,000 on food delivery services. She reported only $40,000 in annual salary. Oh God. And hundreds of thousands more on luxury goods. She took frequent trips and vacations. She spent thousands swiping cards for tickets to exclusive WWE matches. Enjoying plush resorts, VIP access to WWE events. All the wrestlers were just meeting her and shit. She's just a fucking scammer. Now I know how people afford to go to these fucking shows. Dude, they're scammers. They're broke. Lock her up. And yeah, she falsely claimed she was the beneficiary of substantial funds from her mother in Basel, Switzerland. Of course, the purported beneficiary was a ruse. It was all a ruse. And she would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you meddling kids at Ringside News or the New York Post or the FBI or whatever the fuck. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE News. Guys, we went over like 4 hours here, just over, almost 4 hours on the nose. Round of applause to the PWT universe. I'm spent. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm going to watch Invincible and do some editing. Stay on the lookout. I might drop an MMA pod. I don't know. Combat Sport Times coming soon to a theater near you. And I've been Phil Marks. That's Phil S. Marks. I love all you guys. Everyone who stuck around. I know a bunch of people dropped off. It's like fucking 11:30 on the East Coast. I don't blame you. Thank you all for being here. Again, you guys are goated. I'll see you for Sicko Saturday. I don't know what's on Saturday. Hopefully a PLE or something we can really dive into. Otherwise, stay locked in here. I appreciate you all. I will see you next time. Be good to each other. Love each other. Don't be a fucking Jesse Ventura conspiracy theorist. No, you do you, okay? You do you, what makes you happy, but love yourself and others, okay? Peace.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup, triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup,